Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Some Tuesday live stream. As you may know, or hopefully know, we've decided for the last 5 days of our journey across the Pacific Ocean, we're going to be live 24/7. We've been doing just the daytime for the whole crossing, and it actually uses quite a bit of electricity and a lot of Starlink bandwidth and everything else, but provided we can keep our power in check here, we are very much hoping that we can run this 24/7. We've had some issues with, we use a lot of electricity with everything we have on board, and when the solar can't keep up, we end up running the generator, which uses diesel, which is the same diesel that we need to run the motors. And if it gets down to it, the motors are the motors are going to take precedence over the generator for streaming. But wish us luck, cross your fingers. Hopefully we can keep everything going here for the next 4 or 5 days. So it is April 26th, Sunday night. We are still in the Pacific time zone, but just barely. Another couple hundred miles and we will be in the Alaska time zone, but for us right now it is 7:29 p.m. It's 7:29 p.m. in Los Angeles, and it is 10:29 p.m. on the East Coast on Sunday night. So like I said, we're gonna leave this going all night, even if it means, you might come in and just see me sleeping on the sofa in the back. Megan's down below sleeping right now, resting up for her watch tonight at midnight. And we got a beautiful sunset out in front of the boat that is almost directly in front of us, so that's just plain beautiful. We've got really big seas right now. I'm gonna say we got 6 to 10 footers out there. Some of them are little guys like 6 feet. Definitely some 10 footers and a few 12s here and there. We had an enormous 12 come roll under us earlier that just rolled the whole boat to the point where my chair I'm sitting in literally slid across the floor. We had some really cool people join us in the live stream today. I've had such interesting and meaningful conversations with, I hate to even call them total strangers. I'm gonna call them instant friends instead. And it's just really cool. A lot of people really seem to connect with what we're doing out here on the Pacific Ocean. The adventure of it, the uncertainty of it, maybe the little bit of risk, the beauty. Different things connect with different people. There was a young fellow I was talking to, young 26, a guy named Trevor, and it wouldn't surprise me if Trevor becomes a sailor. He reacted to everything he saw today the same way I did first time I saw sailing. It was just like, what is this? I need to know more about that. So I was really excited. Very, very nice young man, and instant friends. So Trevor, if you ever end up listening to what I'm talking about right now, very much enjoyed talking to you. Welcome to the channel. We're glad to have you. And yeah, go get some sailing lessons, my brother. You'll love it. Especially if you're, mechanically inclined or handy, like to solve problems and fix things. That's what sailing's all about, man. Whether you're solving a problem having to do with the right wind angle on your sails, or you're fixing something mechanical that broke. Like today, our shower pump stopped working and I had to go figure that out. Took me a couple hours, but I got it fixed. I almost always do. On the other hand, if anyone's listening and you're thinking about buying a boat and you're not good at fixing things that break, don't buy a boat. Boats break, it's what they do. Oh, Trevor, you're back. My man, oh, you like the shellback. Dude, you gotta check out the, yeah, we're a little outlandish. We're a little crazy. There's a long form episode on the shellback ceremony. You got to watch the whole thing. It's like 15 minutes. It's not long. You'll get some good laughs out of that. It's pretty damn funny. that's worth it. And we haven't been putting up as much long form stuff, but we're going to start doing more. I've actually been talking to a couple of video editors. Largely, we don't do as much of the long stuff because I do all the video editing myself and I just don't have time to keep up. So Megan's been trying to convince me, just hire an editor, find an editor that can do all this. And so I'm interviewing 3 of them right now, and hopefully we'll start pumping out content and episodes because we have so much material that we've shot and just haven't had time to edit and put up that, you know, we're really looking forward to that. So hopefully we can find a good editor at a good price. I mean, I can't spend a lot of money on it, but yeah, a lot of times you can find these guys that are in Bangladesh or whatever that'll do a pretty good job for you. So that's what we're trying to do. Anyway, now that we're on to the night live stream, I'm going to go back and relax a little bit, but I'll still be watching the chat. So I'll be responding to any questions you have. Oh, I got to get, actually, hang on. The audio is not going to be as good because I have to let the wireless mics recharge. But I will put on the microphone in the aft cockpit. So you'll be able to hear me, but the audio won't be as clear. I'm gonna... All right, you should still be able to hear me and see me, but the audio won't be as good as the wireless microphones. The batteries are dead, so I got to recharge them before we can use them again. Oh, man, I'm tired. Long days out here. Alright, we are back. Hopefully y'all can hear me on that microphone. It should be okay, but the audio is not as good as when I'm using the little wireless mics, but they need to be recharged right now. So hopefully you can hear me, but I'm watching the chat. If you have any questions, I'm here for you, man. Alright, Trevor. Sounds good, brother. I really enjoyed getting to know you today, buddy. I'm sure we'll see you again. Looking forward to that.
Hey, Brian! I hope I saw that in time and responded to you. Uh, Drop in the chat and let me know if you're still there. Unfortunately, the chat doesn't tell me how old the message is, so I hope I didn't miss you by much. But yeah, let me know if you're still there. I hope you are. But I'll answer the question either way. We are 509 nautical miles. Ah, still there. Hey, man. All right, awesome. Here, I'm going to shift around this way, so I'm looking at it. We are 509 nautical miles from Nukuhiva, French Polynesia. And this whole trip was 3,300 nautical miles, so you can see how small a portion that is. That should take us, um, approximately 4 to maybe 5 days to sail. So we're thinking we might have our feet on land by Thursday, which would be awesome because we're tired. And I'm really looking forward to sleeping a full night without having to get up and sit night watch. Yeah, 509, baby. When we started out, it was 3,300. So if it takes us let's say it's 5 days. If it takes us 5 days, this entire crossing will have been 30 days. 30 days at sea, without seeing land, without sitting still, without sleeping more than 3 hours at a time. Without for the last 2 weeks without eating fresh food. Yeah, it's been quite something, man. Quite something. We will stay in French Polynesia for 90 days. And we probably would stay longer if we were allowed to, but that's as long as you're allowed to stay, unless you get what they call a long stay visa, which we do not have. And I found out too late that getting that requires multiple trips to the French embassy. So I would have needed to know about it last August or September to get it in time, and I didn't know, and that's like, so we get 90 days, and then we have to leave the country. But that's okay, because there's so many amazing places to go. From French Polynesia, we'll go to the Cook Islands, we'll go to Tonga, we'll go to Samoa and American Samoa, maybe the Pitcairn Islands. There's another archipelago that I'm forgetting about in there. And then our goal is to get to Fiji by November. And we're going to spend 6 months in Fiji because that's cyclone season or hurricane season. And we need to have a hurricane-safe place to run to within a day or two if needed. So we'll spend from November 1 until April 30 exploring Fiji, and as long as we can get back to our marina within a couple days, then we're safe from the hurricanes. Do we I love all the questions. Do you pre-plan where you're going to anchorage and where you're going to stay? Yes, but limited. So we don't have a list of here's all the places where we're going to anchor. What I do is I basically plan it out 1, maybe 2 stops in advance. And that has worked out the best because as you go to new places, you learn more by word of mouth, by online information, all sorts of different knowledge. So when we arrive at Nukuhiva, we'll go to the main harbor and clear all of our immigration paperwork and all that stuff. And then while I'm there, I'll research where's the next place we want to go anchor. And then we'll decide, and then we'll sail there. And when we get there, I'll decide on the next place. That's what we did all the way coming down Mexico and everything else, and that worked out well. Dude, you should come to Fiji. I think a lot of people are going to come visit. Yes, at marinas we have to pay fees. So this one's pretty reasonable, though. I mean, it's trying to remember. It was about $1,000 a month. It's not bad. And so typically a typical marina is going to cost like $150 a night. The one in El Salvador was crazy cheap. It was like $36. But typically it's 100 to 150 to 200 depending on the marina. So they cost money, but anchoring is free. So everywhere we anchor most of the time, we'll find a cool place to stay, drop the anchor, and sleep in a nice, protected, comfortable cove. So that's most nights. But then when we are somewhere where they do have a nice marina, it's kind of luxurious because then we'll check into the marina. We can hook up to shore power, which means we can run air conditioning all the time. You know, it's nice and smooth. You can step out, step onto the dock, and walk into town. It's just nice. So it's a nice way to get by. That's a good question. Are sailors the same type all over the world? I would say absolutely yes. I was chatting with another guy in the live stream just a little while ago. The same thing is we've had a number of people that have become, instant good friends because you just click, and because you're the same phenotype. I like the way you say that. And so you meet these people, you immediately have something in common. Very much the same type of person. Everybody's got this crazy spirit of adventure that I have, a tolerance for risk, an appreciation for nature and beauty. It's all the things. And so, yeah, we're all pretty similar. And I can honestly say I've never met anyone in this life that I thought was really a jerk. I mean, some people are more interesting than others, of course, right? But I've never met anyone where I'm like, oh, what a tool that guy is. And I've met a lot of really wonderful people. So, one of my favorite examples is there's this family that's on a boat called Sea Again. They've become very good friends. The kind of people that are going to be friends for life, even though they live in Kansas. But they spend 6 months a year on their boat. Any jerks or people who want you to fail? Not out here on the water. It really is. It's you probably know that story I've told about when I wrapped the prop and almost wrecked my boat when it was brand new and it was at the christening party. And I had a sailor, I was all down in the dumps about it. I had another sailor come up to me and go, hey man, we've all been there, we've all done it, it happens to everybody, don't feel bad. And that's the vibe. People want to help each other. very, anyone who's a jerk and wants you to fail is someone who's, like, we get trolls online and people come on and say stupid and rude things on social media. But out here in real life, everybody's great. Like, at worst, they're boring. I mean, some people you're like, yeah, I probably don't want to invite them on the boat and have them hang out for hours. But that's totally different from someone who's just offensive. Well, that's a great question. How often do you see other ships? We're going to have an episode coming out soon. We shot a lot of video of it, but 2 days ago there was a gunboat. Not a boat with guns, but Gunboat is a catamaran manufacturer. It's like the Lamborghini of catamarans. This was a $9 million boat, and I saw it on the radar 15 miles behind us coming up. I was like, dang it, there's another boat. We had not seen another boat for almost 2 weeks of any kind. And Megan hadn't seen one for almost 3 weeks. I was on watch when we saw that old pineapple ship that you might have seen that video. Anyway, we were like two children on Christmas morning. We were so excited another boat was going to come by. We were like getting ready for it, and I called him on the radio to see if he was friendly, and he was. And so I invited him to sail by really close to us so we could wave at each other while he went by. And he played along the whole time. He thought it was fun, and they were French. The video for that, when it comes out, is going to be really cool. Really, really nice, friendly people. And imagine that. We're out here in thousands of miles of Pacific Ocean, and they just happen to be sailing on the same heading. And they're high-performance boats, so they sail twice as fast as we do. So they caught up to us within like 3 or 4 hours by the time I saw them. And then we were talking on the radio and waving at each other and taking video and pictures. It was a lot of fun. Oh, man. So the question for anyone else, yeah, you saw the Dole thing. Yeah, the captain on Dole was not a lot of fun. But, he was working. He's doing a job. The guys that were on the gunboat, which was named Agave, they were fun, and they were cool. They were French, I think I said that. But how good is it for our spirits? This stuff is great. It's great. Like, we literally feel like we have our friends and family on board with us, cruising along. Like, obviously, we can't sit here and yap like the whole time, but it's really, really fun. And so it's friends, people I know, like you. It's also people I don't know at all that have come on and that have gotten to be friends. We've had some really interesting people. There was a guy on the other day. He comes on every once in a while now. Still holds the world powerlifting record in a bunch of different classes. His name was John Johns. John, and his last name is Jahns. But Google him. You'll see him. He's on chat, He's still got a bunch of power. Yeah, it's fascinating. So I've reconnected with old friends I haven't talked to in 10 years. I've talked to friends that I know well, like you. I've made new friends with new people. And we're out here in the middle of the friggin' Pacific Ocean. Thank you, Elon. It's pretty cool. Oh, hi, Jen. Good to chat with you. And I hope you're doing well. Hope the whole family's doing well, all the kiddos. Yeah, this whole adventure has really been incredible. I'm tired at this point, like physically tired, like as in my body hurts all the time. This has been much more physically strenuous than I thought it was going to be. So that's been pretty interesting. I've injured myself. It's really very physical being aboard a boat that's pitching and rolling the whole time. Because even when you're just standing or walking, your body's working hard. And then I'm spending all my time pulling sails and hoisting sails, and it's wild. Don't get me wrong, I've loved every minute of it. I've decided this is the top #1 coolest thing I've ever done in my life. And I've done some cool things. I've climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, I've done some cool shit. I've raced motorcycles. And this is at the top of the list. So, and I'm not bragging. I don't mean to sound like I'm bragging. I'm just saying I like adventure and I've done some cool shit, and this is the top. I miss you guys too. I miss you guys too. And honestly, I'm so happy that, because all of the guys, all the tennis guys, drop in on a regular basis. Tim Kelly was in an hour ago. Steve Testa drops in all the time. Ted Wu drops in all the time. Pat Reedy drops in all the time. I know I'm missing some people because a lot of people do. But if I forgot to mention you, forgive me. But yeah, we have a lot of good friends back from the hood that come in all the time, and it's like having you on board with us. It's so freaking cool. Yeah, how much weight have you lost? Can you tell? Look at my girlish figure. Yeah, it's the funny thing is I haven't weighed myself. I tried. We actually brought along a digital scale, like a bathroom scale, and I tried to weigh myself to see how much weight I've lost. But the boat is moving up and down so much that the scale can't settle on a weight. It doesn't know because it just goes up and down, up and down, up and down, and it never locks in on your weight. So I don't know, but I mean, I was getting quite the beer belly before we left, and even the craziness of my schedule in the months before we left, I was already starting to lose weight. And then out here, we really only eat one meal a day. One meal and a reasonable sized snack of some kind. That's pretty much it, and that's all we want. We didn't decide that, or we didn't force that on ourselves to lose weight. It just was natural, which is one of the things I love about being out here. Just everything's more natural. You're living in tune with the circadian rhythms. You're right here on the ocean. You're feeling Mother Nature and God every day, and it's amazing. And so somehow, without even really talking about it, we just settled into eating one meal a day. And then a decent little snack, and that'll get you through. Too much Coors Light. Well, it's funny, Brian. So I've shifted over almost entirely to beers that you would appreciate. I used to be Mr. IPA guy. You probably can't see this. It's a little dark. But this is a beer called Pilsener. It's the national beer of El Salvador. And it's just exactly what its name is. I guess they're not great on marketing, but it's a Pilsner. It's a very light, and I very much prefer these now because you're out here working. It's hot. You don't really want the alcohol, but the refreshingness of drinking a beer. And these things, I can down them like they're water. They're probably 4%. And so yeah, I'm drinking all Brian Croft approved beer now. You would love it, but you'd still get seasick. Matter of fact, that's funny. I don't know if you can tell how big the waves are by looking at the mast camera maybe or looking around, but the seas that we have today, Megan and I were like, wow, it's so smooth and nice today. And then I looked and we had 8-foot waves. And it's just we've gotten so used to it, and we've had so many days with 12 and 15-foot waves, which now they're a little bigger. Now we got some 10 and 12 footers out there. But like that race that you did with me to Ensenada, we never saw anything as extreme as what I'm sitting in right now. And this is pretty extreme by that standard. But by our standard now, based on everything we've lived through for the last month, this is a balmy day of champagne sailing. So we were even looking back like a month ago, we would have thought, holy cow, this is crazy, batten down the hatches. And now we're like, oh, what a nice day. It's funny how things change. Yes, I did make fun of you. I always tell people, I'm like, it's what I do with my friends. Like if I'm not busting your chops, That's probably when I don't like you. But I was maybe a little early on it with you. We didn't know each other well enough yet for me to go hard. But our friendship survived. So cheers. Hopefully it was always clear that it just came from a good place. I was just being funny. But it's got me in trouble in the past. That sort of tendency to like just give people a hard time and joke around, bust their chops. There have definitely been times where people are like, "What an asshole." I don't mean it like that, but anyway. Uh, yeah. Thanks, buddy. If you guys are taking off, Jen, you too. Cheers to you both. It's been great chatting with you. Thanks for dropping in. And hopefully you caught a little bit of the beautiful sunset. We'll see you guys again soon. Cheers. I'm glad to hear that. Wow. Holy crap. Jeez. Oh, boy, that's something I got. Oh, bird. Oh, yeah, I'm talking out loud too much.
What happened? Oh, wow. This is wondering.
Yeah.
What happened?
I started to lay down, and the boat jostled, and I ended up going straight down on that hematoma. And it just,
Oh,
like, I felt it, like, pop.
oh boy. Is there something I can do?
No, it hurts like, I mean, even the slightest touch hurts like a mother.
Right.
And now when I just went down full weight on it, you know? But I didn't mean to get you out of bed.
Well, you're crying over here.
I didn't know you could hear me. I thought it was
Of course
too
I can
loud.
hear you. All right.
That means, was I keeping you awake when I was yapping with Brian?
Well, I heard you talking to someone and clearly like you knew that. So that's.
Yeah.
You didn't keep me awake. It's really, really, really vain.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I'm gonna try.
Okay. What?
Just stay there and do not move. Don't hurt yourself. Okay.
I don't know about that.
All right.
How do you like all this?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, it's laundry day.
Yeah,
These shorts are really wet now.
I know. Dude.
Why did you put a line through it? That's what I'm surprised.
It's there, every single one. You're threading each one by one by one. It's like forever.
It's probably all dry. That's the thing.
Mostly. I mean, these are fine, you know. Like, if they blow off the line, they're not going anywhere, so it works.
All right, I'm gonna try to go back there.
You're welcome to thread them if you would like to do it that way.
I'm not taking this long now. That's all you. By the time when I get up here, it'll be all dry.
We're dry.
Yeah, so just put it in the bag and I'll fold it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Night night.
great,
Bye.
right?
Bye.
Yes, it's great. Okay, Neil. The easiest way for me to give you the brief description of what the state of the quick video of this to explain it. So, what the story is here is we're sailing across the Pacific Ocean. We're in the middle of the ocean. We haven't seen another boat for weeks, at least 9 days. And all of a sudden, this boat appears on our radar 15 miles behind us. And we notice it, and we get all excited. And we were like, like two eager children on Christmas morning because we haven't seen another human being for weeks. We haven't seen another boat. We've been at sea for a long time, all alone, so we're all excited. And then we're also excited because we look it up and we find out that it's a gunboat. Which gunboat is a very expensive, very fancy catamaran manufacturer. You can Google it and look it up. This is a $9 million boat coming up behind us. So we're all excited that it's coming up. So in the story, and you can tell the chronological sequence by the file names and timestamps, but you'll first see, some footage of me tapping on the radar screen and getting the information about the boat. And as it gets closer, you can see how far away it is. On the screen, you'll see distance. And then I shoot some video of it out on the horizon. And then when it gets closer, I call him on the radio and I talk to him. We're like, hey, sail close, let's sail close to each other. We can wave at each other and say hi, it'll be fun. And then there's more and more anticipation as he gets closer and closer. And we're watching him, shooting video of him getting closer on the horizon. And then because he's French, we, as a big joke, took one of our cheap bottles of wine and put masking tape on it and wrote fine French wine in French. And then we toasted them and kind of made all that kind of fun and goofy. And then when they went by, we were shooting video of them going by and we were waving at each other. And then as they went away, we got back on the radio and said goodbye to each other and have a nice day. So that's the whole story. And what should come through in this is I'm thinking some kind of a title like, an encounter with a gunboat in the middle of the Pacific Ocean or something like that. Most people don't know the gunboat brand. The term gunboat is going to sound like something military or threatening, so maybe that'll be a good book. I'm open to your ideas on books. And after you look at the raw footage, you can tell me what your opinion is. What's the best one? What's the first 7 seconds that we should show that's going to make people want to watch it more? Maybe it's our excitement over seeing it. I don't know. But it's got to be something. And then I think we're going to mostly tell the story chronologically for the most part, but there's probably some flash forwards. For both, it's probably our excitement or excitement at seeing it, or the first time Meghan sees it visually, which is all on video. So all of that, and then just tell the story about how, and you can visually tell the story about the boat getting closer and closer and closer and overtaking us, almost like in the old days when a pirate ship was catching up to you. It's catching up bit by bit, and finally it's there, and we're all excited, and we're waving, and we're talking on the radio, and all this crazy stuff, right? So that's the general idea behind the story. It should be, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 12, maybe 15. I'm not really that worried about the time. I just want it to be engaging. I want to pull people in, and I want the story to deliver, man. I want them to feel like they never want to stop watching what's going to happen next. So that's the whole idea. I'm going to send you the files now, share them on Google Drive, and see what you can do. That's it. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna pull this tail out first, because that makes it easier to furl. So that's coming right now. Oh, I thought you were ready. What's wrong?
I need to get my gloves.
Oh,
I
okay.
was moving things.
All right.
Wow, it's really
I thought you were ready. Sorry.
moving. Really moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, around all this.
Are you ready? All right. Go ahead and start using. Ten more. All right. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. All right. Ten more. Lost. Damn. Ah. Wow. Yeah, I think so, but don't lock it off. Leave it loose. Hit just one little loop so I need to be able to pull slack. Just one. Let it go. Take it all the way off the winch is what I mean. Just leave one little loop around. That's it. Okay, good. Wow. Whew. All right. Yeah, we're good.
You want me to lock it in or what?
What?
You want me to lock it off?
No, no, no. That's. It's actually better if we don't.
Right.
When the sail is furled.
You're just not communicating, so that's why I'm asking a lot of questions.
Didn't I say take it off the winch and don't lock it in?
You did, but you said I need to keep it. I didn't know if we were done or not.
Oh. Okay.
Ah. Man, I'm so bummed about these shorts. They're brand new and they're not cute anymore. So we're like, they have like brown stains on them.
What?
I don't know, washing them with dirty clothes. I'll wash them again, but man, that really sucks.
All right. I need to go forward to deal with this line. Flipping in. got tangled up in a weird way that I don't understand, but until tomorrow when it's not like this.
Right. And I'll go with the laundry tomorrow. You want to take down that line.
Okay.
All right, is that all you need from me?
Yeah, we're good. Now we're good up to 33 knots.
All right, you need me anymore?
No, we're all good.
All right,
Midnight?
good night.
Love you too. Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah.
Guess we're going fast.
I'm going to be ironing tonight. I'm going to iron my dress, but
Yeah. Doesn't seem that way. Good question, Donnie. First of all, did I see this soon enough? I hope you're still here. Janet, sorry, I was busy adjusting some sails.
All right, check, check. All right, now you'll be able to hear me much better. I got a better microphone, and I can go back out there. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Okay. Is it the wait never too late? That's awesome. Okay. So we had a couple different questions. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. Jennifer Wait 6748. If you're still there, you were asking specifically, as someone with a 9 to 5 job, my advice. I mean, first of all, I worked a 9 to 5 job for 35 years. So the biggest difference for me is that I focused on this dream a very long time ago. I focused on the dream of owning a nice boat, and I spent years and years and years. Okay, good. Awesome. I'm glad I'm talking to the right people, because you came in under 2 different usernames. But if it's all the same, fantastic. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Steve, and obviously the boat is Some Tuesday. Oh, you changed the name. Okay, awesome. Very cool. Yeah, I try to keep an eye on the chat, but of course I have to sail the boat too. So we're actually it's hard to see at night, but if you were watching when we were doing it, you may have seen me change the sails. And if you noticed on the mast camera up front, it changed from a white sail to a gray sail. And that is because we have a storm coming our way, so you might get to see some drama here. It was 10 miles away, now it's 6 miles away, and it's got some high winds. So we're preparing for a possible storm. So it could get really interesting. And that white sail is a very big sail. It's a powerful sail, but you do not want that sail flying if weather comes up. It'll get nasty real quick and could even do damage to the boat. So I changed down to a smaller sail that if I need to decrease the size of that sail, it's really easy to do with one line. So that's what I was doing. That's what I was busy working on, preparing for the storm. Now I got to sit here and wait and see if the storm's going to hit us or not. And there's not much else I can do now other than wait. So I can chat with you guys. So it's funny, normal banker job. I was in that world too. I started my career in retail banking for a bank that no longer exists, called First Virginia Bank. I'm from Virginia. First Virginia got bought by BB&T, I think, years ago. And I can't even remember if BB&T still exists or if they got bought by one of the big boys. But anyway, I spent years doing that. Then I went to, did some tech startups. I went and worked for Bank of New York and Pershing, and then a big brokerage firm called Cetera. I did a couple of little .com startups along the way. So, I mean, I worked for a long, long time. And, when I left I'm 59 years old. And what I would say is I just decided I'm going to do it. I worked for it for years. Managed to buy the boat. I did have a little event when we sold a company. I made a little bit of money, that helped me buy the boat. But I'm not a rich guy, and I retired early because I knew I didn't have forever to do this, and I was really not financially secure enough to easily retire and just be like, yeah, I'm good. But I kind of did it anyway. And just sort of figure the Lord will provide. Because my whole philosophy is, you can make more money in life and you can find ways to make it work, but you can't make more life. You can't make more time on this earth. And I knew I could do this when I was pushing 60. I wasn't entirely sure I could do it when I'm pushing 70. So waiting another 10 years and working another 10 years did not appeal to me. So I pulled the trigger and off I went. And I would say that this particular lifestyle is very expensive to get into. Well, it doesn't have to be. You can, but yeah, a lot of people do this on relatively inexpensive boats. But buying the boat itself, yeah, right. Buying the boat itself is the expensive part. Outfitting it to cross oceans took a fair amount of money. Getting enough solar power and water makers and all of the equipment so that you can survive a month at sea. But once you're out here, it's not bad. No one's charging me rent. There are no utilities because we're living on solar power. I got to buy diesel fuel. When we arrive at these places, most of the time we anchor, which is free. So the cost of this life is not that bad, but the cost of entry is high. But for me, it was my prime. I've dreamed of this life literally for decades. I was lucky enough to find a girl who was, willing to come do it with me. That's Meghan. She's sleeping right now. And so the two of us just said, let's go, man. And I'm actually going to shift over to this side because then maybe you can see my face and it's not weird like looking at the side of me. There. That seems a little more natural. Hi. Yeah, so, I don't know. I wish I had some kind of secret magical advice. But I guess the biggest thing is I was just focused on this for so long. I saw the sailing life for the first time when I was in my 30s, and it just blew my mind, and I knew I wanted that to be part of my life, and I spent 20-some years working on it to make it my life. I have two sons that are in their 20s now, so I had to wait till they were out of the house. Ended up getting divorced because my ex-wife would never have done this with me. So, sailing's that means Megan's awake. I love it. Maybe even watching the live stream. But that comment on there, Sailing Some Tuesday, that's from Megan, who's down. I was talking about you, babe. All I said was good things. I didn't know you could hear me down there with all this wind, though. That's wild. Anyway, so I don't know that I have any magical advice. It was just focus. It was like, if you got one main thing that you want to make happen, you're going to find a way. Maybe that's boiling it all down to one sentence. And, financially, I just sort of was like, well, I'm certainly not as secure as I would like to be, but I was like, let's go. The Lord will provide. We'll figure it out. We can live on less than we think, and we're not going to get a second chance. So this has been, like I said, I'm almost 60. I'm in pretty good shape. But this has been physically very, very hard. Very hard. Much harder than I think either Megan or I expected. So we're 25 days at sea as of today. And we're both injured. We're both banged up. I had a bad fall early on and strained a tendon in my elbow. I bashed my hip into a block that I've got a big hematoma on my hip that's been there now for 2 solid weeks and is still swollen. So I've been researching that to see if I need to worry about it medically, but no, it'll heal. It's just, banged up. But anyway, that's what's up. So welcome. I'm glad you guys joined us. We very much enjoy sharing this experience because it's so different. Most people have never seen anything like this. It's so different from normal life, and we've had folks come. I was chatting with a 26-year-old guy earlier who was, loving it and was full of questions, and my friends come on, and I actually reconnected with friends from like 10 years ago. Because they hear we're doing this and they come on. It's really been an amazing experience, personally. And it's been great for our relationship with Megan. We were talking about that earlier today too, because it puts you in this intense pressure cooker that, you better learn how to navigate. Yeah, because it's so different. Yeah, I think so. And it's funny because this life, it either speaks to you or it doesn't. You know, I've I've taken a lot of people sailing for their first time. Like they've never been out sailing. They might have been on a boat here and there or a ferry or whatever, but it's different. When you go sailing, you're more at the mercy of the wind. There's something that's magical about it. I mean, mankind has been traveling this way for thousands of years. The technology I have is better. The sails are made out of some fancy space age crap that they didn't have. But human beings have been doing this for a long time. And there's something magical about it. And so some people come out and sailing and they're like, oh, this is cool. That was a fun day. And some people come out and their eyes bug out and they're like, what is this? And you just know at some point they're going to get into it. One of my favorite, a buddy of mine named Dan, I took him out one time. And as soon as we got out of the harbor and out of the breakwater out of Long Beach, California, we're out in the open ocean. And he's looking around at just nothing but open ocean. And he's like, so wait a minute. So when you get out here, you can just go anywhere? And I thought it was such a poignant question because, yes, that's one of the things I like about it is just the freedom. There's no rules out here. There's you, and there's Mother Nature, and there's God, and there's no 911. There's no cops to write you a speeding ticket. There's no teacher to call you to the principal's office. There's nothing. Oh yeah, well, if you're 8 hours away from the ocean, but I actually taught myself how to sail on a small lake. Near Philadelphia. So I don't know if you've got any lakes near you, but if you've got a lake that's a reasonable size, I used to go down, there was a lake and you could go down and rent little sailing dinghies. And there was they had this trimaran thing that you could sail. And it was so easy to sail that a total beginner could get in and figure it out. And my kids who are now like 24 and 23, I guess, at the time were like 9 and 11, and I would bundle them up for the day and we'd go out and rent one of these little boats and sail it all day long, and it was incredible. And so I got the feel for it there. And sailing this boat, it's the same principles. It's bigger and more complex and the ropes are heavier and the sails are bigger, but it's the same thing. Captain Milo, what's up, my man? I was just chatting with a nice couple here that are intrigued by the sailing and the whole life that they hadn't seen before, and they're kind of drawn to it. Captain Milo is a friend of mine that lives in South Africa, and he's a commercial fisherman. And if you check out his account on X, he posts some really interesting videos about what it's like being a commercial. I think you fish for some other stuff, but I believe it's primarily squid, I think. But really good stuff. So are you still dodging that storm, buddy? Because this morning he was trying to get away from an incoming storm, and I'm actually dodging a storm right now, but I'm not doing a very good job of dodging. It's coming right at me, and I kind of got nowhere to go. So either I'm just going to get hit by it or it's going to dissipate before it gets to me, but it seems like it can't decide. It gets weaker, then it gets stronger. Well, I don't know. It's kind of moving actually to the northwest. It might go right in front of me and miss me. That would be really nice. Because at this point I'm prepared for it. I'm reefed down. It won't be too big a deal, but it looks like some pretty heavy rain, some high winds, and I'd rather not have to deal with it if I don't have to. And actually the way it's moving, I might be able to change course to the south a bit and duck behind it. So I might do that in a minute if it keeps looking ugly. Whoa, wait a minute. Sailing Phoenix posted our Instagram? The guy with the cat? That dude's got like about a million followers. You got to be kidding me. I had no idea. Megan, did you know that? Are you still listening? We actually are admirers of what he's done. Seems like a cool guy, but I had no idea that he posted something about us. Yeah, he did. I gotta go. And he posted it on Instagram? That blows me away. Sailing with Phoenix. Let's see. Oh, you're from Oregon. Okay, well, yeah, I guess Oregon's a big state. It could still be 5 hours to the ocean, but let's see. Do you happen to remember if it was a story or a post? I'm trying to, or when it was? I'm looking for it. That's so cool that he posted us. He must not have tagged. No, maybe he did tag us. How I don't know how we could have missed that. Unless he just did it. Maybe, because he also actually has a similar spinal problem. I think it was a reel. All right, let me see if I can find it. He has a similar spinal problem that that Meghan does. Very similar. And he's talked a lot about that, and he's posted like X-rays, and we posted some X-rays. Let me see if I can look at his reels. I'm not finding it. Because he's got so many followers, I would have expected, like, it to be very noticeable if he posted us about it as far as our traffic. But we have grown a lot in followers. I'm not finding it. I'll have to message him, and he's not so big. I'm sure he still looks at his own stuff. Oh, it was early today or yesterday? Just look at this guy. We have like 2,000. Oh, maybe it was Songbird. Could have been, because we actually have talked to them. All right, let's have a look. Sorry, I don't mean to interrogate you, but I'm so curious. If you heard about us from somewhere else, that's super cool. Let's see, Sailing Songbird. No, don't worry, don't worry. The reason I thought Oliver might have posted it was because he and Meghan have the same spinal issues, so that wouldn't have surprised me. But I feel like, I think the Songbird guy, I'm pretty sure that we've exchanged a message here and there with him. But I'm not seeing anything here either. I don't know. Well, anyway, I don't want to drive you crazy trying to figure out where you saw it. But if you see it again or, happen to see that, let me know, because that's super cool. But whoever it was, if some other channel gave us a shout out, that's cool. And it's actually one of the things I love about sailing is that, people are, one of my good friends was asking me this earlier is, what kind of people do you meet out there? Are they all kind of the same phenotype was the way he asked it. And, I would say, yeah, the answer is yes. Everybody is really cool. Everybody has this spirit of adventure. We're all a little bit crazy. I mean, obviously you've got to be a little bit of a risk taker. Yeah, I don't, if it comes back to you, let me know, but no big deal. But it's cool that you saw it somewhere on another channel. Like, that's a plus. because obviously we want to grow. You know, we think what we're doing here is kind of fun and cool, and we love, and we really do authentically enjoy sharing it with everybody. So, so it's cool. And we've been in touch with a handful of other sailing channels. Anyway, I don't know, but yeah, we're having a lot of fun. And by the way, we are at the beginning. I mean, you got us early on if you found us, because we are 5 months into a 5-year plan to circumnavigate the entire world. So we're going from here. Obviously, we're going to be in French Polynesia probably Thursday, maybe Friday. We are 486 nautical miles away from Nukuhiva in French Polynesia, which should probably get us there Thursday, unless the wind really dies or something. I might have to intentionally slow down a little bit just to make sure that we arrive in the daylight hours. You don't want to arrive in the dark in these places, especially in the South Pacific, because there's coral heads everywhere, and if you can't see, that can make for a really bad day. But anyway, we'll be in the South Pacific, exploring the islands of the South Pacific for a year. Then we'll be popping down to the Australia, New Zealand, Indonesia, Thailand part of the world. And then to the Mediterranean, and then to the Caribbean. And, you know, it's 5 years, so stick with us. And I love that I'm inspiring you, yeah, because, you know, I mean, I was in banking, and I worked for big companies and small companies and dot-com startups, you know, back in the 90s when that was a thing. And I don't know if you remember back, you know, I had the cool squinty little glasses and the sports jackets with elbow patches and all that nonsense. Oh, there you go, Captain Milo. Thank you. Yeah, one of our first followers. And yeah, we hit 13,000 followers. And, you know, 6 weeks ago we had 400. So I guess we're doing something right. People are enjoying it. And that makes me feel good, because we really do enjoy this. You know, we're doing it. I mean, it's the kind of, if it ever makes money, that'll be great. Wonderful. But it really is. We just think this is so freaking cool, and we think everybody deserves to know about it. That's why I've always liked taking people sailing too, and showing them this world, because I love it so much. And I just like, a comparison I love is when you tell somebody, hey, go watch this movie. This is a great movie. You're going to enjoy that. You know, you're not telling them that because you're going to get anything out of it. You're telling them that because you want to share something authentic that you enjoyed and you think they'll enjoy too. That's pretty much what we're doing here. So yeah, if you're in banking, you know, Megan calls those my cufflink days. You know, back when I wore cufflinks and a tie to work every single day. And as you can see now, I don't even wear a shirt anymore. We were joking about that the other day. I made some kind of comment like, wow, I never really thought I'd be the shirtless guy. And Megan said, yeah, I never really thought I'd be dating the shirtless guy. But I've embraced the redneck look. I'm going with it. And hell, it's the tropics and it's hot, and I really kind of hate shirts now. So, yeah, and I know what you mean by needing to change. Because I don't know about you, but I bet you're going to agree with this. I know Captain Milo would. Is I hated corporate world. So in the little bit you know about me and my personality already, that probably surprises you 0%, right? Because I am not the conform and get along, go along to get along kind of guy. I actually had some pretty decent success, and I was a reasonably senior executive, but I didn't play the game. And it was funny because the people that worked for me always loved me, and the people that were above me, much less so. Because I just didn't play the game. I didn't suck up. I didn't play their stupid little bullshit games where you sit in a meeting and try to figure out whose ass you got to kiss. You know, I just said the truth, whatever I thought it was, and that doesn't always serve you well in corporate robotic environments. You hate the game. See, I knew you would know what I was talking about. It's awful because it's all bullshit. Everybody's like a stiff little robot. And then I'm so naive as well that I used to truly believe that we're all here because we all want the same thing. We all want the company to succeed. We might have different opinions about it, but we're all motivated by the same thing. We all want to succeed. And then when I discovered that the truth was that's not true, everybody's carving out their own little kingdom and they will happily stab you in the back while they're smiling to your face. I was just it was an eye-opening moment for me, you know? And I was, you know, whatever I had to get to my early 50s to figure that out, can't stand it. Can't stand it. Milo, I don't know if you can relate to that at all. Have you always, so my buddy Milo's out, you know, he's the captain on a commercial fishing vessel, you know, that looks like hard work, but he's his own boss, man. Yeah, never done the corporate stuff. I figured you didn't. Always been at sea. Good for you. Well, I don't know if you guys are familiar with, well, I'm sure, I don't know if you are, Captain Milo. I don't know if this was ever in South Africa, but the sitcom The Office, I'm sure you guys are familiar with it. I'll never forget years ago, I had a good buddy who, he was a cop and then he also worked in the trades. And so I told him one time when that show was hot, I was like, oh, there's this funny new show. It's called The Office. It's hilarious. You should check it out. A couple weeks we talk again. And he's like, yeah, I watched that show you're talking about. What are you talking? It's the dumbest show I've ever seen. I can't even believe you told me to watch it. And that's where it hit me. You know, like this guy, he was a cop, and then I forget what trade it was. He did a bunch of different stuff, but, you know, he was doing good, honest work with his hands. And the corporate bullshit he had never experienced. So therefore, The Office wasn't funny because everything in The Office is based on that stupid world. So I thought that was eye-opening as well. But yeah, I don't miss it. Let me tell you, I do not miss. For the last 7 or 8 years, I actually left corporate world, and my girlfriend Megan is a fashion designer. And she goes by Megan Fabulous. So if you actually Google Megan Fabulous, you'll see a bunch of her stuff. She had some pretty good notoriety early on. I mean, her stuff's been on Paris Hilton and Shakira and Sharon Stone and a bunch of other big names. So especially early in her career, she had some big hits. Now I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, I know what it was when we met. I had, yeah, if you don't get The Office, you deserve the corporate grind. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But anyway, she and I spent the last, after I sold a company 8 years ago, I didn't know what job. I was looking for a job and figuring out what I was going to go do next. And Megan and I started dating, and her fashion company needed professional business management, and it needed a little bit of capital. So I bought a chunk of that, and we ran that together for 8 years. And then we shut that down to come do this. You know, because it's so hard to make money in that business that it just wasn't worth it to keep going. So we made the hard decision to, you know, that was her dream, her 25 years that she was working on. And so she decided to embrace a new chapter, which, you know, was pretty cool. Big leap of faith on her part. So that's part of your original question too, is, you know, hey, how did you do this? Part of it is pardon my French, but you just got to say fuck it and go. That's the reality. Because you know what, at the end of the day, like, what's going to happen in life? Are you going to starve? And it was much easier once my kids were out of the house and on their own, and I wasn't responsible for anybody but me anymore. Then it's an easier decision to make. But I feel like, even let's say the worst happens and I just totally run out of money, I'll figure something out. I don't know. That versus feeling safe in some horrible job that I hate and not doing this. I'd rather be doing this. And, so now obviously, we don't have an income and we're living off our assets. And that's why if this YouTube thing works out and it makes some money, that's great. That'll help keep us fed. But it's not even a primary goal. Megan and I have kind of agreed, like, if this starts to feel like a job or something like, oh, God, I got to go edit that and get that video editing done, we don't want to do that either. But right now it's really fun. People come on and we chat with everybody. And, yeah, feeling safe and dead inside. That's exactly right. I know this will resonate with you, as I had times in corporate world, my alarm would go off early in the morning and I'd sort of this heavy sigh and swing my feet over the side of the bed and plant my feet on the floor and just sit there like, oh, okay, here we go. And I'm not even exaggerating. Like, physically, I'd be sitting there like, here we go. Drag myself into the shower, put on my stupid tie and cufflinks. I did have a cool cufflink collection. That was one of the ways that that I just expressed myself in the stupid, boring, cookie-cutter corporate world. Okay, fine, I'll wear the suit. Okay, fine, I'll wear the tie. But I had awesome cufflinks. I had this pair that were like a carpenter's level with a real bubble in it. That was cool. I had a pair that was made from the actual base of a 12-gauge Winchester shotgun shell. I had like the steering wheel, a ship's steering wheel. I had, God, what else? I can't even remember all of them, but it's one of those things that once people figure out that you're into that you like these wacky, weird, unusual cufflinks, you start getting them as gifts. So I had an amazing collection. But that was fun. You just got to be yourself. And that's what's so special about Megan, too, is she always is just herself. I remember there's this big event called Buccaneer Days at Catalina Island, off of Los Angeles. And it's really fun party. It's a whole bunch of sailors and boaters and even campers on land show up for that weekend, and it's a big party, and it's basically a bunch of 40 and 50-year-olds acting like we're 25-year-olds. And we all show up to party, but everybody dresses like pirates, right? And everyone's going around going "arr" and all that stuff, and it's goofy and it's fun. So the first time I took Megan with me, I told her the story. It's a great party. Everybody dresses like pirates. And she's like, all right, well then we're going to dress like sharks. Or what was it that we dressed like? I can't even remember what it was that first year. But basically her vibe was, if everybody else is doing this, we're not doing that. We're doing something different. And I thought that was cool. And we, to this day, do that. We show up places and we're wacky and outlandish and loud and goofy, and some people hate that and will hate us because we're just colorful and weird, and some people think it's the greatest thing they ever saw, but everybody everybody notices one way or the other. So I guarantee you there's some people that'll be like, oh yeah, those some Tuesday guys. And somebody will be like, oh yeah, those guys are fun. So we had a whole crew of people. The Newport Ensenada race we did every year. And we would always show up there with crazy, wacky uniforms and costumes. And you got to make life fun, man. Just make it fun. If you're not going to make the most out of being here, what's the point? And I thoroughly believe most people go through life and never really live their life. I know people that I went to high school with that never left our hometown, have stayed there all these years, working some menial job, not traveling, not doing anything, sitting on some sofa and watching TV, and talk about dead inside. Ugh. I couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. Anywho. You can tell it's getting to be people's bedtimes as the viewer count's going down. Shoot, on the East Coast, it's already, what, 2 in the morning. But they start checking in early in the morning when we're still asleep. So I had people last night, I was laying right here fast asleep. I had people like, yeah, I watched you sleep for half an hour. That's funny. Well, I'm glad you appreciated it, guys. Listen, I hope you subscribe. The best way you could say thanks is hit likes on the videos, hit subscribe, make comments, show YouTube that we're interesting, and, let's grow this thing. Because, we're not asking for any money. We're not asking for anything other than that. That's how you can support us, so we'd be grateful for that. But I enjoyed chatting with you, and come back anytime. We'll be here. We're not always looking at the chat. Sometimes we're busy doing stuff. But I do thank you for stopping by, and very much I appreciate you. Tell your friends about us. Tell your boring corporate stooge friends. You guys have a great night. It's been real. Milo, if you're still around, hope you're doing well. So now what time is it where you are? Like 5 in the morning or something? Must be. $7:53. All right, buddy. All right, corporate grinders. Yep. Tell your friends. Thank you, Milo. We'll be here. Oh, nice. Yeah, it looks like I am actually going to get this behind this storm. Or I shouldn't even say get behind, because it went around me. I literally never had to change course. And the funny thing is, it split in two and went to both sides of me and went to the northwest. So far so good. I might avoid the rain entirely, but it gave me a little additional wind, which gave me more speed. So yeah, I think we're going to avoid it. I got lucky. El Salvador. Just hey, sail monitor. Welcome aboard and mobile office build out. Glad to have you guys join us. How you doing? What's up is I'm on night watch. We had a storm coming at us, and I'm happy to say it actually split in two and went right around either side of us, and it looks like we're gonna avoid the damage entirely, which I'm pretty excited about. About an hour ago, I was changing sails and getting reefed down and getting ready to endure some high winds and some rain. But it appears that we have successfully avoided this thing. So I'm kind of excited about that. Other than that, like I said, I'm on night watch. I'm sitting here watching the radar, keeping an eye on everything. Megan is, there's two of us on board, if you don't know us yet. My girlfriend is Megan Fabulous, and she is down below sleeping. And she will come up on watch at midnight, I believe we planned tonight. So other than that, I'm just kind of chilling and watching these storms go by. You want to do what we're doing? Right on, man. I don't know when, if you just came on or I was just chatting with another couple that was on quite a bit and asking a bunch of questions, and we were talking about this whole thing. But yeah, hang out, man, because I'm just sitting here on night watch, not doing much, and it's fun to chat with folks. I'll yap my face off all day long, and it looks like the storm has officially gone by us. Wow, that's great. Because it didn't look that bad. It wasn't going to do any damage to us, but you know, it comes with a lot of rain, and that's a lot of work. When it rains, so you got to run around and close all the hatches and drop the curtains and blah blah blah. It's a lot of work. Assuming you don't want to get water into your boat. So, based on your name, I'm guessing you're already a sailor. And yeah, first timer. Well, welcome aboard, brother. Well, I say brother, maybe sister, I don't know. But I'm happy to have you. I'm glad you found us. I'd be curious to know how you found us, because, you know, we're trying to grow. I always wonder how people find us and what's working. Yeah, bad weather's no fun, man. And out here, you know, we're almost to where we're going. We got 483 nautical miles to go, and then we'll be in French Polynesia in the Marquesas Islands, Nukuhiva specifically. And it's pretty sporty. It's been pretty sporty the second half of the day here. We've had seas of 10 to 12 feet and winds pushing us along at like 21 knots right now. And we're sailing on a broad reach. If you're a sailor, you know what these things mean. And so it's just pushing us downwind, and we're yawing back and forth. Brother, all right, right on. Yeah, man, I recommend sailing to anybody. It's my favorite thing in the world. And I always love sharing it with people. I love taking people sailing. I love showing it with people like this. You know, I just think it's so cool. And when you love something, you want to show it to other people to be like, hey, if you don't know about this, check it out, man. So, I love that storm's gone by us. Wow, it's going to miss us by 2 miles, which is pretty close. But anyway, yeah, we're out here in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, so when the storms come, man, it's no joke. So no boat yet. Are you a sailor? Have you taken some lessons or been out with friends that sail or chartered boats or anything along those lines? I've been doing this for 25 years, so I look for live sailing videos on video. Okay, so you searched. All right, very cool. Awesome. Love it. Love it. Love it. So you're someone who actually wanted to find what we're doing. We've had people, I had this guy, you know, a young guy today, 26 years old, and he stumbled in I forgot to ask him how he found us, but he wasn't a sailor, didn't know anything about it, but he was just like, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And that was daytime. So, you know, during the day on the mast camera up front, you can see the ocean very clearly. Even out the back where I'm sitting right now, you can sort of see the ocean over this way, but not at night. You can't. But yeah, we left El Salvador on April 2nd to cross the Pacific. So we've been at sea now for 25 days, which is wild, man. 25 days without seeing land, 25 days of constant rocking motion, 25 days of never sleeping more than 3 hours at one time, 25 days of physical work every day, you know, changing sails, hauling lines, things like that. Okay, good. Cool. The Hobie Cats, those things are fun. I love those. I was on vacation one time in one of those, you know, all-inclusive places. And my son and I, he was young at the time, like 12, maybe 14. But he was old enough that they let him take his own Hobie Cat out. So I got a Hobie Cat and he got a Hobie Cat. And we went out in the bay and the wind was great and we were racing each other up and down. And of course you can capsize those things, as you well know. And so we were like busting each other's chops when we'd capsize. And, you know, like if you could fly a hull for long enough, you could beat the other, you know, you could beat the other guy. And so we were just competing on racing and everything. And then after a while, you'd get too aggressive, trying to get too much speed, and boop, over you'd go. That was a ton of fun. Man, that was a long time ago now. I don't know what year that was. 2000... 2012, maybe? Something like that. Long time ago. But yeah. Go sailing, they said. You got your Starlink and drones first. Not a bad plan. Obviously we have a Starlink on board or you and I wouldn't be talking right now. You capsized the Hobie Cat at night? Wow. That's funny. Pretty wild. Yeah, it's a good time. We're on a catamaran, if you can't tell. This is a Lagoon 450, which has been a great boat. I bought it new in 2017. And have loved it ever since. Literally never. We go to boat shows and look at all kinds of different stuff. And I have yet to ever look at a boat that I would have rather had than this one. At least one I could afford anyway. You know, sure, would you like to have a $9 million gunboat? Of course I would. But I can't afford that, so. What's the 1987? 1987. It's funny, there's a 20-second delay between when I say something and when you hear it. So by the time I say something and then you hear it and then you react to it, by the time I see it pop up in the chat, it's something I said a minute or two ago and I can't always remember what I was talking about. But 1987 was a good year, man. I was in college that year. I'm 59 years old, so I graduated college in 1989. And 87 was a fun year, man. I had a lot of good times. That was in Virginia. I'm from Virginia. And I went to William and Mary in Williamsburg, if you know it. Small school. Good times. There were a couple of other people that said hi here too. If you're mobile office build out, I guess it was just two of y'all. And then my buddy Captain Milo might still be here. He's out fishing. He's a commercial fisherman. I always like to tell people, if you like this, check out his channel too, Captain Milo on X. He posts all kinds of stuff about commercial fishing in South Africa. That's pretty fascinating. He's a cool guy. Yes, totally agree, Milo. It's a Lagoon 450, so it's a 45-foot catamaran. We have 3 cabins, one of which we turned into a closet and storage. That's how we can have so much stuff on board, you know. Like Megan the other day was working on, she's making a dress because she's a designer, so that's what she does. And so she was posting videos of, she has a full-size ironing board and a sewing machine, and people are like, how do you have all of that on a boat? But we have an entire cabin that we've dedicated to storage and all of her clothing, and she's got a lot of clothing. And then the other cabin is a guest cabin, so if friends come to see us, they got a place to stay. But it's full of crap half the time too, because there's just so much stuff you need to live on a boat. And yeah, and then the other side is the whole entire hull is our owner's cabin where we sleep, and so it's a really good sized boat. It's very, very comfortable to live on. I mean, it's tight, but it's as big as like a small apartment in New York City or something, or a city where people live in small spaces anyway. It's got enough space for sure. I'm building that site. What website? What did I miss? Let me look back at your comments. Boat is next, probably an Ocean Cat. 1987. Yeah, maybe. Can I make you a microsite to help advertise? We actually, we own the URL Some Tuesday, so if you go to sometuesday.com, you'll see a site that's frankly not very good. We built it on Shopify, and we haven't done much with it. And matter of fact, I've got a couple changes that I need to make to it. But it's not well maintained. I'm not a web guy. I don't really know how to work it. I'm not even necessarily married to keeping it on Shopify. But hi from jail. I love it. Anyway, yeah, I mean, if you do websites, I would, we could talk more for sure. So Sarah, who just chimed in and said hi from jail, that's Megan's sister. And yeah, sup jail time. So Sarah's on the right side of the bars, just to be clear. She's a nurse, and she's a prison nurse. And she works with the most heinous people you can imagine. So she works in like the hardcore jail, with like sex offenders and rapists and murderers, and she has the craziest stories. The craziest. I remember one night, Sarah, we were sitting around the fire pit in our backyard, and some of the stories you were just telling me about. I mean, can you imagine chatting with some guy that like had just cut off his mother's head, and you're just like talking to him like he's a normal person? Like, what the fuck? Oh, I love you guys to meet each other, actually. So Sarah, Captain Milo is a guy who's become a good friend of mine online. We've never met in real life, but he's a commercial fisherman in South Africa. And we met on X just because I thought it was cool what he was doing, and I started commenting on his stuff, and really, really, good guy. So, um, so yeah, I'm happy to introduce you guys to each other. And Sarah, if you're on X, he's on X and has a really cool account where he posts a bunch of stuff about commercial fishing, and it's fascinating how it all works. That's how I got interested and how we got to know each other. But yeah, Sarah has the most amazing stories, and the fire pit talks were good, man. I really, really enjoyed those too. Really, really solid. Just real time, real human stuff. One of my favorite sayings is some of the best moments of my life have been spent sitting around a fire. There's just something about sitting around a fire that brings out the magic in people. So my sons and I especially, and Megan after we met, did a lot of camping when they were younger, four-wheeling and off-roading in the desert, and we would find these, you can just go, if you're on public land, you can go camp anywhere. So we'd go four-wheeling out, and we'd be 30 miles from the nearest pavement and just set up our tent wherever you want. And it was usually somewhere where we could go shooting that had a hill nearby, and a good backstop, because so we could get our redneck on and throw some lead downrange. But those nights were always amazing because we'd always end up sitting around a campfire with any friends that we had with us and just talking about real stuff. And my boys used to always joke, they're like, wouldn't it be weird if we were just out in the middle of the desert, sitting in a circle and talking, and there was no fire here? Which I always thought was hilarious, because they're right. It would be strange. But having a fire there makes it okay. Good stuff. So Sarah, I was just talking with Sail Monitor here, and he wants to buy a boat and go sailing as well. So we've had a lot of really interesting people stop by today. It's cool. I've met so many interesting people just sitting here yapping away. Pretty cool. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. The YouTube channel name, I assume you mean, is Sailing Some Tuesday. So it's YouTube Sailing Some Tuesday. All one word. Yeah, Megan's asleep. At least I hope she's asleep. I haven't heard from her. I thought she was like an hour or two ago. I was sitting here yapping away like I am right now, and I thought she was sleeping. And then all of a sudden, she started responding in the chat, which was funny because she heard me talking about her. I was talking about her on the live stream here, saying all nice things, of course. But when she heard me talking about her, she chimed in, and that was kind of funny because I thought she was asleep, and she clearly wasn't. But she had a harder time sleeping tonight because the seas are... Excuse me. The seas are really rough tonight. It's actually smoothed out a little bit, but an hour or two ago, we had 12 footers, and we were smashing into the seas and the waves. And when it's like that, the waves just come up and smash into the bottom of the hull, and it's like, bam, bam. It's so loud. The whole boat just feels like a bomb went off. She has a hard time sleeping. I go down there and I sleep like a baby. I don't even hear it. But she has a hard time sleeping in those scenarios. So I told her to set the alarm for midnight. She's going to come up at midnight and take the watch. So that gives me another 42 minutes on night watch. And Sarah, I'm happy to announce that I spent the last couple hours trying to dodge a pretty good sized rainstorm with some pretty intense winds that I can see on the radar. And I successfully avoided it, and it went right past me. I actually can't take too much credit for it because it was coming at me from the southeast going towards the northwest, and it was coming right at me. I was like, there's nothing I can do. And it actually split in two and went around me. One big piece on each side. And it was as close as 2 miles, and now it's 3 miles, and it's getting farther away. So feeling good. The beam of the boat, I assume you mean? If that's what you mean, the beam of... It is like an ocean version of Frogger. It's hilarious that you said that, actually, because I used that exact analogy, I don't know, a week or two ago. I was talking about trying to, dodge these things, and it felt very much like Frogger, trying to skip around these storms and get across. So Sail Monitor, your question, what's the beam height? I'm not sure I understand the question. If you mean what's the beam of the boat, it's 25.5 feet. If you do mean beam height, then I'm not sure what you mean. So forgive me on that one. But if you'll clarify, I will answer your question. But yeah, it's so funny that you came up with Frogger. And it was actually the same. It felt the same way when we were in the shipping lanes, and I was dodging all of these commercial fishing vessels and big, 800-foot freighters and tanker ships. The shipping lanes coming out of El Salvador were really busy, a lot of traffic. And, and of course, those guys, you're always going to give them the right of way. So you're altering course to go around them every single time. And then the fishing boats scare me too, because those guys can be pulling nets that are miles long. And it's not always easy to tell if they are. You can look and see if they've got lines out and if they've got their spreaders out. And actually, Milo, if you're still listening, any advice you have on how to tell if there's nets hanging there? The height from the bottom of the floaty thing to the base of the cockpit. So maybe you mean the draft? But the draft of the boat is just the depth below the waterline. So I'll give you a couple different measurements. So the draft of the boat is 4.5 feet. And that's the measurement from the waterline to the deepest part of the keel. So if the water... Oh, freeboard is maybe... you're probably right. Maybe that's what he's asking. Freeboard is about 5 feet. And freeboard is the distance from the waterline to the gunnel or the tow rail. So from the waterline up the side of the hull to the edge that runs along the hull, which is called the gunnel. That's freeboard. So maybe that's the measurement that you're asking for. That's about 5 feet. And then the draft is from the waterline down to the deepest part of the keel. Okay, gotcha. All right. I guess I gave you the answer you're looking for. And if it gives you any idea too, where I'm sitting right now, my eyes are probably about 6 feet above the waterline. If that helps understand what it looks like. Captain Milo, thanks for the solution there. That's perfect. Yeah, you got to learn all the sailing lingo, especially us sailors, boaters. We like to make up, new words for things people already know, just so we all sound smart and cool. It can't be a bathroom, it has to be a head. It can't be a kitchen, it has to be a galley. It can't be a rope, it has to be a line. It can't be a living room. It has to be a saloon. Or sometimes people say salon. Saloon is kind of more European, so I go with saloon because it's a French boat. This can't be a porch. It's the aft cockpit. So, you know, we have funny terms we make up for everything. And Sarah, yes, the Sunshine Burger almost turned into a squall burger. But I'm going to say, since we avoided the squall, it was still a Sunshine Burger. But yeah, that was delicious, man. I've been, anyone that hadn't heard me talked about it, I know nada. Yeah, no worries. Well, hopefully through that you just learned a couple things, right? So and that's actually cool. I love people that say I don't know anything. You know, the worst kind of people are the ones that pretend to know shit they don't know. And that's how you learn. That's how I learned. I'll give you a piece of advice too, is if you go take some sailing lessons. I took some sailing lessons and I learned the basics, and then I got great advice from a friend of mine. He said, if you really want to learn how to sail, go get on somebody's race crew. And if you're anywhere near the water, there'll be lots of little yacht clubs and things where they have these beer can races, they call them, and they're like every Wednesday night, you know, guys will go out and race their boats around markers out in the water. And they're always looking for crew. And they will accept you if you have even the most basic sailing knowledge. They'll accept you because they'll give you a job that doesn't need much expertise. And sometimes they'll just use you for rail meat. But you go sail with those guys, and some of these guys have been sailing since before they could walk, and they're so salty. You go on with one of those crews and go in with the right humble attitude and just listen and absorb and learn and ask smart questions. That's the fastest way to learn. But anyway, tonight you learned what draft was and freeboard was and a gunnel was. So, yeah. Oh, Milo, I know there's. Oh, there. I think it's actually 2 women crossing the Atlantic, and they're live streaming as well. Sorry, that's Sail Monitor. Sorry, I mixed you up. Yeah, I think we're talking about the same women. I think there's 2 of them on board, and they're live streaming 24/7. And we watched a little bit of theirs when someone else mentioned it the other day. And chartering is great advice. But before you go charter, you need to take some lessons, because you can't charter a boat and go sail it if you don't know what you're doing. So you're going to need to get some lessons first. And the way I did it is I joined, it was actually a club. It was a charter club, and there were about 100 boats in the fleet. And when I became a member, I took all the lessons, and then I had enough certification that they trusted me to start chartering their boats. And so I started by chartering the 26-footers. And once you'd done that a couple times, then they'd let you charter the 32s. Then they'd let you charter the 42s. And you just work your way up to bigger and bigger boats as you gain experience. That was a really, really good way to do it. So if you can find some local sailing club or charter club, or even some yacht clubs, even though they sound snooty, some of them are really affordable and really cool. And they're not as snooty as you know, the silly reputation. So yeah, I mean, any way you can get out on the water, man. Joining someone's race crew is free, and you learn a lot. Okay, so let me come back to Captain Milo. When a trawler is hauling a net, they will be lying side on to the wind and not making way. I did not know that. All right. So if they're hauling a net, they're just going to let it out, and then basically it's going to drift downwind of them, or I guess down current of them. And they're going to sit beam to the wind. All right. That's a good piece of knowledge. Because I've had numerous times where I've seen boats out here where I think they might have a net in the water. I've certainly seen them where they have those big spreaders out on the side. I don't even know if I'm using the right word, but those big spreaders that they're running long lines from. I've seen those guys, and I'm always scared. You know, I mean, shoot, I won't pass behind them within a couple of miles. I don't know how long those lines are. Because I do have a good friend, Jerry's his name, and sailing to Ensenada one year, he ran into a big net that one of these commercial fishing boats was hauling, and he didn't know it was there. It wasn't marked, and he sailed right into it. And he honestly thought he was going to sink the boat because it tore one of the rudder posts, and he started taking on water. And he saved the boat and saved himself. You know, short story, but he was is a very experienced sailor, knows what he's doing. I'd trust him with my life. And he had a very scary experience with those damn nets, so they scare the shit out of me. All right, so when they're hauling the net, they stop. So if they're not underway, if they're underway, they're almost certainly not hauling a net. All right, that's good to know. That's great to know, actually. Thank you. Good stuff. Oh. Butt bees? They could be pulling a net underway. Butt bees. Is that a real word or was that a typo? If butt bees is a real word, I have no idea what it means. If it's a real word, it's funny. But yeah, let me know, man, because I'm not tracking with that one. Oh. I almost can't believe the way this storm has gone around us, and it's friggin' gigantic on the other side of us. I'm really happy that that thing missed us, because it looks relatively violent. Okay, they should display a day signal. All right. I should go look at my, what is that thing called again? Chart 0 or something like that, with all of those markers. Obviously, I don't have them all memorized. But yeah, my usual approach with any commercial vessel of any kind is just to give them a lot of space, just out of respect, if nothing else. I mean, obviously, I'm afraid of nets and things like that, but you know, the way I look at it is they're out here working, earning a living, and I'm out here playing. So I'll take the time and the effort to give them plenty of respect and plenty of space. Just kind of seems like the right way to go. Certainly, if it's tankers and freighters, I mean, forget it. Those guys aren't changing course for anybody. But Yeah, Sarah, do that, definitely. I think she's going to come on at midnight. So check in with her then. Two triangles pointing towards each other is the day sign. Copy that, my friend. All right. But yeah, Sarah, come back and say hi. She'll be here. And we're trying to keep a close eye on the chat so that we know when people come in and say hi so that we can respond. Oh, okay. Sail monitor, hang on. I will look at it now. Sail monitor. Oh, that's funny. A bunch of products came up. Garmin sailing technology, B&G. Maybe I need to Google it as one word. Hang on, trying again. Sailmonitor.online. Is that the one? Sailmonitor.online? It looks like it probably is. It must be. Oh, you got Parlay Revival on here. We've met those guys. Oh, this is cool, man. Wow. Yeah, this is definitely you. Super cool. Latest video, latest podcast. All right, dude. This is pretty neat. So you're like a sailing content aggregator. Is that kind of the business model you're going for? That's kind of, I don't think anything like that exists. So maybe you're onto something here. That's really cool. Oh yeah, dude, Milo. It's really nice to be able to sit here and chat while you're on watch, you know. 'Cause otherwise, it's just so boring. Sometimes I sleep, especially out here. I can look on the AIS and there's not another vessel for 100 miles. And if that's the case, and the weather's clear, I'll set my alarm and sleep for 45 minutes. So that's what I do sometimes. But like right now, the weather's pretty sporty, so there's no way I'd sleep because if the winds come up real quick, I got to deal with it. But it's really kind of cool to be able to sit here and chat. Oh, full stack developer, right on, dude. Okay, yeah, the website is cool. Are you looking to make money with it? Is it? Do you want to like aggregate sailing content and sell ads around it? Oh yeah, you got La Vagabond on here, Sailing Zatara. Yeah, all of these. Oh yeah, Delos. You got them all, man. Very cool. All right. Well, I'm honored to be part of it, bro. Thank you very much. That's really cool. I'm still looking at it. It's awesome. Yeah, and you can tell you know what you're doing. I mean, it's a clean site. It looks pro. It looks really pro. And I've seen a lot of crappy websites over the years, man. And I actually spent a lot of my career managing uh, technology and software development. I've never written a line of code in my life, but At one point, I had 2,500 developers working for me. That was a long time ago in stupid corporate stooge land. That's awesome. I mean, if you could build a community around this, pulling together all this different sailing content, especially people like yourself that want to learn how to sail, that are interested, because there's a lot of people that pop onto this chat all the time that want to know more, want to learn more, and it's not always easy to go find, how do I learn more? Generally sailors are pretty cool. Like earlier when we were talking about terms and stuff, like, I mean, some dickheads would be like, oh, you don't know what draft is, or, people aren't like that in this world mostly. People are like humble and cool and willing to share their knowledge. And honestly, we all kind of get excited when you get someone else that wants to come in and learn more about sailing, because it's kind of an obscure sport. And I don't know that it's even been growing or anything, but when you're into it, you want more people to be into it. So, but yeah, I love your I love your site. It's really awesome. That's funny. This couple that's installing ducting in their boat. Oh, that's a rough job. Wow, they're really redoing the whole thing. Whoa! That's only the third time this trip that's happened. We just had a wave so big come at us from behind that it washed over the back deck. It wasn't enough to actually flood the cockpit, but it splashed up here pretty good. The sea is angry this evening, my friends. Disc golf. That's an interesting... Are you trying to do that with the same website, or do you have a separate one for that? I've never played. I was never that good at throwing a frisbee. But I've seen it. I've been plenty of places where I've seen the, I don't know what you call them, goals or baskets or whatever, and seen people playing it. It looks like fun. But I have never tried it. I do not have full sails up. Matter of fact, you weren't here earlier when I was changing sails because it was still light. You could see it. But we've been buzzing along all day long at 15 to 18 knots. And now for the last few hours, the wind's been building, and now I'm getting 23 knots of true wind. And once that number, and actually my apparent wind even got up as high as 18, 17, 18. So once the numbers get up that high, I have a big sail, the big head sail out front called a screecher. That sucker comes down. Anything over 18 knots of apparent wind, I want that down. So I furled that a few hours ago. Got out the regular Genoa. So I'm under full Genoa in the front, and my main has Reef 2 in it. So with that sail configuration, I'm safe up to 33 knots of apparent wind. And since I'm sailing downwind, that's not going to happen. So right now, true wind speed, and I know I don't know how much you know about sailing, Milo. So I know you know plenty about boating, but apparent wind is the wind you feel on the boat, basically, right? So, oh wow, that's awesome! You fell asleep and heard that wave. That's really cool. So because I'm sailing downwind, my true wind speed right now is 24, but my apparent wind speed is 19. And that's because we're subtracting out a portion of the boat's speed as it moves away. So in other words, the load on the sails right now is, 15 to 16 knots, whereas the true wind speed, if I was sitting still, is 23, 24 knots. Hopefully that makes sense. But it's awesome that you fell asleep and then heard the wave hit. Yeah, predict wind. We are big predict wind users. We're planning on streaming 24/7, my man, until we get to Nukuhiva at least, which is 4 or 5 days away. So, unless I get too low on electricity and have to start conserving, because the solar's not really keeping up, and I got to run the diesel generator, and that uses the same diesel that the motors need. So I got to make sure I keep enough diesel on board to get to the dock. But yeah, predict wind is a good one. We use that all the time. And by the way, let me drop in the chat here for you. Hang on one sec. Stand by, stand by, stand by. All right, check out this link. And for you or anyone else listening, if you look at that link, it gives you a real-time tracker that updates every 10 minutes with our position and all of the data from our instruments. So it'll show you the wind speed, the boat speed, the course that I'm on, the heading, my position. It's all really cool. And I write a captain's log, not every single day, but I write a captain's log about what's going on. And so oh, there you go. Anyway, the captain's log is out there too. Three Atlantic crossings, 2 South Atlantic, 1 North. Holy crap. Oh, I think I knew that about. So, okay, so you are a sailor. Okay. I think I knew that. I think you told me that before. I don't know why I forgot that. Totally. Okay. Yeah, check out the predict wind. That has all of that data that's out there. It's super cool. Love it. And then, we can mention that site as well. People can check that out. And we'll promote you as well. Yeah, I did know. I know I did. Once you said it again, it came back to me. I'm like, oh yeah. My memory is such shit, man. That's not the first time I've done that. But yeah, once you said that again, it all came back to me. Especially with the Dudley Dix design and the sheer water. Because I think when you first told me about the sheer water, I went and Googled that. Because I wasn't familiar with it. But, I mean, dude, 25,000 nautical miles sailing. That is insane. Yeah, it was a while ago. You're being nice. But my memory sucks. Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, you put up something cool, and we will talk about it and post about it, for sure. Spread the love. It goes both ways. That'll be really awesome. Because yeah, I mean, if you're plugged in with Predict Wind, you can pull all that stuff. God, the storm is just growing. I mean, thank goodness it's on the other side of me now and moving away, but it just keeps getting bigger. I am glad that thing missed me. Yikes. I mean, it is now, let me look at these radar rings. 3, 6, 9. It's about not quite 12, maybe 11 miles wide. That's a big freaking rainstorm. So yeah, I'm glad that didn't hit me. I'm actually getting a little spray coming through. So there's a little bit of rain happening, but not much. It looks like I'm clear now. The only sad thing is I pulled down my big sail and that cost me a knot, but I'm still doing 8 knots in all of this wind with just my regular old Genoa out there. And only 477 miles to go. That's completely awesome. Come on, airdrop. Yeah. We've had there was a high pressure system south of us. There's more wind coming in, but the conditions have moderated over the last few days. Like 3 days ago, back to maybe 6 days ago, it was brutal out here. You know, we were bobbing along in 12 to 15 foot seas, and you know, we had 24 knots of wind sustained. Um, that was brutal. We spent a couple days where like Megan and I didn't even want to stand up and walk around because you just couldn't, you know. And she's got spinal issues, so um, the constant motion can be a challenge for her. And I encourage her to spend as much time laying down and resting, especially when it's that sporty. Yes, I agree on the reef. Matter of fact, I've had Reef 2 in now for a week, and I just never take it out. And the reality is, like, going back to full sail is not even worth it for me because, you know, getting the reef back in. And the reason I went all the way to Reef 2 is that my reef line 1 snapped. It chafed and snapped. Which is all. I actually think it's a design flaw on the Lagoon, but because it was rigged correctly, but anyway, it snapped. So I don't have a Reef 1 anymore. I got to get that fixed. So I went all the way to Reef 2, but because we got hit by this squall earlier with 30-some knot winds, and it flogged my main and snapped one of the battens like it was a damn twig. So by going down to Reef 2, I got that batten back into the bag, so I'm not worried about that. And then, you know, even going back to full main during the day, it just doesn't gain me so much speed that it's worth it. And it's a fair amount of work because to try to take pressure off the reefing lines, once I get a reef in, what I do is I go up on the mast and I take a spare piece of line and just tie it to the boom in both of the reef points. Then the line doesn't have to bear the load the whole time, and it's more secure. So because of that, it's a fair amount of work to put them in and shake them out. So I just put in Reef 2, and I've been sailing on Reef 2 for a week, and my speed is governed largely by which head sail I'm flying. So if I'm flying that big-ass Screecher, we're hauling ass. I went down to the Genoa now because of the wind building, and it was just too much. You know, it was hitting 18, 19 apparent, which is too much for that sail, so I furled that in. And then I have an ASO on board, which I have not flown this trip at all. You know, it's a lot of work to fly that sail. It's in a sock. But once I get that kite up, it's nice. But the Screecher, I can furl it by myself if I need to. The ASO, I can fly alone, but it's difficult. I really need Megan on at least, you know, at least on the sheets. And the reality is the Screecher gets me like 90% of the performance of that Spinnaker with like friggin' 10% of the work. So that's what I end up flying most of the time. Yes, I totally agree. I've heard that saying. You know, when's the right time to reef? The first time you think maybe you should. 100% true. And that goes double on a catamaran because, as you probably know, I don't know if you've sailed a cat, but, you know, if you don't reef as soon as you should on a monohull, you're going to get knocked down, right? And that's going to suck, and maybe you're going to do some damage. If you don't reef on a cat at the time you should, it can't heal. There's no knockdown coming. You're going to tear your rig off and throw it into the water. And then you're going to be a dismasted mess with shroud cables and everything running all over the place. So I tend, especially out here on the Pacific, I tend to reef and sail pretty conservatively. I did get much more aggressive when I was coastal. When I was sailing solo, I sailed solo from Acapulco all the way to El Salvador. And I was pretty aggressive there. I had some sails flying, and I was having a ball, just screaming at night. And, you know, but then you're a couple miles from shore. If something really goes wrong, it's going to suck, but at least there's search and rescue that can help you. Shit goes wrong out here, and you're on your own, so, as you know. Oh, you have sailed cats. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. Dude, you've done it all. You should be teaching me. I guess with 25,000 nautical miles under your keel, you probably sailed plenty of stuff. That's a lot of miles and a lot of ocean crossings. This is my first ocean crossing, so I decided to do the big one first. Prior to the time of doing this, you know, we did some crossings like going to Mazatlan in Mexico. That was 230 miles. I hadn't done anything approaching a crossing like this. This was 3,300 miles and probably something close to 4,000 sailing miles. So it's the real deal. Oh, wow. Yeah, I bet winter's tough. Pull that up on Predict Wind. Let's see what's going on Predict Wind in South Africa. Oh, jeez. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that looks pretty extreme. I mean, the way the wind is just coming in and circle around off the cape like that, and you got 25 knots. It looks like dragon's breath. Yeah, that's wild. Ugh. Oh, I don't know if I can go back. Let me try. Hang on a second. Let me log into the one that I pay for and see if that'll let me go backwards in time. Alright, South Africa. Yeah, holy crap, dude. You're in it. It still won't let me go. Oh, wait a minute. Let me hang on. I'm in the wrong place. Hi, beautiful. How are you? It,
I could go without waking up again at night
no,
for a while.
I understand that.
What's going on?
I'm just chatting with a whole bunch of friends.
Oh wow, a lot of people.
It makes night watch go by fast when you're just yapping
That's
away
why
with
I'm
people.
A crafter. That's why they're gonna be very disappointed by me because I'm not gonna be super chatty. I know people like me that go, wow, she's so boring. Why does that stay for 24 hours?
Trying to get it to go show me the map. Oh, I see that low pressure system. Well, that's north of you. Come on, predict wind, paint. It's not refreshing the... Well, I definitely see the mess that you're in now. I can't get it to paint the forecast map when I back up. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm not usually looking at Africa. It's not used. I don't know why. It will not fill in that section. I don't know why that's working, not working, but I can definitely see the mess that you're in. So, well, boys and girls, it's time for me to brief Megan. Sarah stopped in for a little while. She said she's going to come in and say hi while you're on watch. I told her you'd be on 12 to 3.
How many people you have?
It's been coming and going, but I've probably had 2 to 5 people all night long.
Wow, look at you, Mr. Talkative.
Yeah, we're chatting away.
Yeah.
This guy, Sail Monitor, let me show you his website. Not sure if he's still on, but look at this. So Sail Monitor, and he's just learning to sail now, but he aggregates all of these different sailing channels.
Cool.
And pulls it all together into one site, and he's trying to build like a online community. And so he's going to plug us into that. And
Oh, thank you, Sail Monitor.
yeah. And then I told him, yeah, we'll talk you up, and we'll just trade, promoting each other. So he's a nice guy. And then Captain Milo's in there.
Captain Milo.
And
is Captain Milo talking to all of his other Russian hooker friends? I'm worried that our friends our crew members are not going to enjoy me as much as they're enjoying talking to you, Steve. I'm going to do my best to craft and make shit.
Yeah, these guys, the wait never too late. We had a long conversation about corporate bullshit because they're in corporate bullshit. That's their handle.
Oh.
And I don't know. I didn't ask them what it meant, but they were really cool. They were fascinated by this whole thing, and they're kind of sick of the corporate bullshit. And well, nobody does, but we had a huge storm. I mean, I think it's just rain. It wasn't anything real violent, but it's like 12 miles wide, and it was coming right at us. You saw it when you were up, and it actually split in two and went around us on either side.
Oh, wow.
And just skipped around us, and now
I'm going to sit where you're going to sit.
It's all the way up. Okay. Well,
I'm just kind of getting prepared here.
yeah. Oh, Sail Monitor, you're still there? Good. I just showed Megan the site. She was excited. She's coming on watch, and I'm going to bed. So he says, "What's up?" And yeah, and I am checking out. So I've really enjoyed chatting with all of you guys. And nighty night. Yeah. Yes, that's what I was giving you, a fully charged one.
Alright.
So, yap as much as you feel like, or don't feel like, whatever you want.
Well, I feel like in order to keep up the momentum, I need to be a yapper. I mean, like,
It's fun.
I know you love it. Hey, will you do me a fave? Will you?
That makes the time fly by when you're sitting there chatting.
Yeah. Will you bring the dog bed? And
As far as anything, there's no storms that we have to worry about. The one that I was concerned about is gone and passed. but we're still getting some wind from it.
I mean, this wind is insane.
I know.
That's why I don't want to sit where I was sitting, because last night when I was sitting there, everything was blowing away.
Oh, yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah, we've been getting like 22, 24 knots sustained
Wow.
for a while.
Wow.
Did I give you the mic?
I'm wearing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So wind-wise, the way I've got things
You'll
configured.
bring the pugs up and you'll put them here, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I just wanted to tell you all this stuff.
Okay, tell me.
Okay, so if any other storms come up, you know, that you're worried about, let me know if they get within, you know, 8 or 9 miles, I guess.
Okay.
They're-
This is really, really windy.
I know.
This is really windy.
No, it is. But a lot of them have been, you know, dissipating before they get to us. But that one that just went by didn't. So keep an eye out for that. And then the configuration I've got right now, we're good for a parent wind up to 33 knots.
Okay.
But there's no way it's going to happen.
Do you want to end this one and start a new one for the day? It probably.
Already did. This is the nighttime one.
Oh,
It's
oh,
already
okay.
done. If our apparent wind gets up to 30, like we're in some crazy shit anyway, because we're down. So it's not going to happen. But like right now, it's 18. We're
All
good
right.
up to 33. But if it gets to 30, wake me up.
Okay.
Like I said, it's not going to.
Because I mean, right now I'm still looking at you. You see image of you.
Did you click live?
What do you mean, click live?
Well, if you're still looking at me, that means you're not live. You're playing older stuff.
Oh. No.
Let me show you what click live means. So right here,
Wait, hold on 1 second. I'm not paying attention to you right now. Hold on. Uh-huh.
okay, because you can go back and like play older stuff, right? So this is whatever I was doing, you know, an hour ago. So, but there's this live right here. So if you click that live, boom, now you're
Oh,
seeing
got it,
what's
okay.
happening right now.
Okay.
And now, I mean, you're still delayed 20 seconds.
All right. Well, I hope I'm not boring for you guys. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of crafting. We got to leash them down.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's the hellishest way to wake up? Just have someone pick you up.
Oh, it's then put them out here. They're hating life. They hate me. They're like, Mom, why the hell are you doing this?
There you go, pugs. All right, good night, everybody.
Love you, Steve.
See you at 3.
Yeah, so I hope I'm not boring for you. I'm a former, well, I will always be an artist, but in my former life, Steve he was in finance, and now in my former life, I was a fashion designer, and I ran a fashion company for many, many years. And when I met Steve, sorry, I'm trying to gather all my things right now. When I met Steve, he was like, hey, I've got this crazy idea, you know, do you want to go sail around the world? And I was like, wow, that's just jumping right into it. But yeah, so here I am. And as you can see over there on the daybed, those are my 2 pugs. That's Mr. Pickles and the Colonel Mustard. Hey, Captain Milo. Captain Milo, can you hear me? Captain Milo, I call Steve Cappy, so I don't know if you mind if I call you Milo, Cappy Milo. So anyways, yeah, so in my former life, I ran a clothing business for many, many years. I made all these fun sunglasses. I don't know if you can see them. Um, and so now that I'm kind of retired, I'm making things for myself. Oh, Mr. Pickles, how are you doing there, buddy? I'm going to go and get the pug situated. You can't see me. Mr. Pickles is blind. And they're both deaf. Hi, buddy. Yeah, I know. I know. Here we go. Here we go, little. There we go. I'm sorry to wake you up like that. Sorry, monkey. There we go. Be good, buddy. I know you're a good boy. You're a good boy. Your mommy's a good boy. That's for sure. Yeah, your mommy's a good boy. You are. Good night, little. And you need to go to bed too. Just go to bed. Both of you guys. We'll be back in bed shortly. We'll be back in bed soon. Just go to bed. Just go to bed. Both of you. Oh. So anyways, oh yeah, good. Okay, good. Yes, I have the Colonel Mustard and Mr. Pickles. They are my Korean rescue pugs. Oh, you have a golden doodle. Oh, Steve used to have a golden doodle named McKenna. Those are good dogs. They're really sweet dogs. Really good dogs. But yeah, they're part of the package. Mr. Pickles is 16 and a half. I can't believe he's lasted this long. And the Colonel Mustard is 13 and a half. And they were rescued from a dog meat restaurant in Korea, out of all places. So their life is definitely more privileged, much better. I've had a little bit of online hate saying, you know, how dare you? This is not a life for a dog. But the reality is they're both so old that they don't move around much already. Mr. Pickles doesn't walk at all. Like he's got really bad arthritis. So I'll take him off the dock and he'll walk about 10 feet and then sit down and be done with it. Colonel still has a little bit of life in him and he'll walk longer, but you know, they're just both so old that, sorry, I'm a big, like, when I have to wake up at midnight, I need a lot of different things to like stimulate me. And one thing that I use is this rose water. This is not an ad. It is like, I actually use this if I'm feeling bitchy or I feel like not in a good mood. I'll spray my face with rose water just to like, you know, give myself an attitude change. But yeah, so what is this thing? This is not a sex doll. I'm making this pearl dress and top. So I like flip-flop. You'll see like when I have night watch, I flip-flop between a bunch of different projects. Primarily because I've got glue drying and just, yeah, dog meat restaurant in Korea. And it's a real thing. Like I lived in China for 8 years for my business. And they are all about the dog meat there. They're all about like exotic animal meat, and it's really freaking gnarly. And so I was at a place in my life when this is in 2000 and dog. See, we can't have anything nice. That's why you have to wear that belly band because you just piss on everything. I was at a place in my life when I just really needed something to need me, and everyone kept on saying to me, Megan, you should totally get a dog. You should get a dog. It'll be really good for you. And so I started looking around at dogs, and I did this like dog personality match test. And now where are the beads for this? Sorry, I'm like trying to find, I have beads for all the different, sorry, let me get, oh, here we go. Okay. And so, you do like this dog personality. Oh yeah, they had to come with us for sure. A dog personality match test, and I didn't know what shedding was, neediness, and health problems in dogs. So when I saw Mr. Pickles' little face, I was like, oh my gosh, that's my dog, and he's been my ride or die since, and he's been the best thing that ever happened to me, and he's been incredible in my life, and he's just been so amazing, and I can't imagine my life without him. And then Colonel Mustard was like, the rescue calls you and they're like, hey, we have a surplus of dogs. Would you mind fostering one? And I fostered them, and then they became bonded, and I couldn't get rid of them. So it would be a different story. Yeah, see, that's the thing is we know a boat that they have 2 Great Danes on it, and it's not a big catamaran, it's a monohull, and that sounds like hell. Because the dog piss and things is real. They obviously have to go to the bathroom somewhere. So we have a grass patch in the back, which they do go up back there, and they're really good about that. The problem is sometimes, like right now, because the conditions are really rough, and I don't like to have them roaming around the boat at night. I fear that they fall overboard. So we have them, tethered in. And, so we have these belly bands on them so that they don't mark up the boat and make the boat smell, which we change them all the time and stuff. So it's not like, hi, buddy, go to bed, go to sleep. We just got 3 hours of this, and then you can go back to sleep. And we're almost where we're going, buddy. So then we can sleep for long periods of time again. Well, this boat that has 2 Great Danes, it's a tiny little boat. Oh, what is he doing? I got it. My one guy, he'll just go to sleep. The Colonel Mustard, he still needs to get settled in, and I gotta monitor him until he falls asleep. Oh, he seems okay, but yeah. They're great boat dogs. Pugs already sleep 20 to 22 hours a day. Now that they're both just older, they sleep all the time. But they're the greatest boat dogs ever, and I can't imagine not having them. They've just been such a godsend in my life. It's been incredible. So yeah, so I had some first online hate, and it made me sad because like, first off, who are you to go and tell somebody how to live their life? Like, I think that's ridiculous. But on top of that, it was a very ignorant comment because, first off, I would never, like, in order for us to do this trip, I would have had to put them in a shelter, put them down, leave them with somebody. And at this late stage in their life, that just seems that just seems very selfish on my part to go and do that just so that I can have some kind of convenience. That really sucked. I was really hoping I could use that part, but it just seems very selfish to do something like that just so I can have a convenience in my life. Ugh, I'm not with it right now. Look like it's gonna match. So anyway, I spend most of my time when I'm on watch. Like when I'm at watch during the day, I'm doing other things, but at nighttime, I use this opportunity to craft and to make projects for myself, for my own mental happiness. And the things that I used to do in my professional life, I now do them. Fashion used to be my hobby before I started a business, and then it became my business, and so it no longer was a hobby. And then fortunately, I've now had the ability to make it my hobby again. So with this trip, so I'm taking full advantage of finding my inspiration again, finding my creativity, making things for myself. It's like when you run a business, Colonel, hey, this dog licks like crazy, and I need to stop him before he loses his mind, because he'll lick himself back to Korea, and I need to stop him. Dude, you need to not do that. You need to not do that. You need to not do that. You're gonna lick all your hair off. Don't lick. No licking. No licking. I just give him a little spray of rose water. Hey! Oh, and he just goes crazy. I need to like monitor him. Stop it. We're gonna fall asleep now. We're gonna fall asleep. Okay, we're gonna fall asleep. Just like we were in bed. We're gonna fall asleep now. I know, it's just a little change of scenery for 3 hours. Just a little change of scenery. We're gonna not do that. Mommy's gonna have to put the cone on you, and she doesn't want to do that. She doesn't want to put the cone. She wants you to enjoy. No. 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 Okay. No. Good boy, Mr. Pickles. See, be like Mr. Pickles. Be like Mr. Pickles. He knows how to sleep, and you need to lick yourself for 50 hours before you fall asleep. And we're not going to do that. We're going to fall asleep. Look, we're going to fall asleep like a good boy. Yes. That's my boy. That's my boy. Good boy. Good boy. Just sleepy, sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy. Good boy. There we go. No, I walk away. Don't start licking again. I know you're going to do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. We're not going to lick. We're going to sleep. Okay? Mommy's going to walk away now. You're not going to lick. She's, nah, no, no, no. Seriously. Come on. You're being a very good boy, Mr. Pickles. Very good boy. All right. Is Mommy going to try to walk away again? No. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Mommy's going to walk away now. We're not going to lick. We're on our best behavior. Good boys. We're good boys. Ooh. Yeah, I feel really lucky that I'm able to bring, like, Steve, it was kind of the deal. It was like, listen, I'm excited about this trip, and I'm really excited about it, but, I want to express my creativity again. I want to find my creativity again. I want to do stuff, I don't want to just sit on a boat and read all day, which, no shame in that game, but it's just not, it didn't seem, like, realistic to me, so, I was able, because this is a nice big boat, I was able to bring like 200 pounds of fabrics and crafts, a sewing machine, all these, fun sunglasses and things to make, so that I can find my creativity again. I feel very lucky and very fortunate. Think about this weather is like, this climate is that just glue dries so quickly. I never would have thought that, like, you put the glue in and then it's dry within 5 seconds. It's crazy. But, it is what it is. So, how was your day, Captain Milo? What did you do today? Did you go do fish on a fishing boat, or what were you up to today? And I probably sound very ignorant right now. Uh, that you probably were not doing that, but ignorance is bliss, right? Oh. Ah. The wind is not favorable in the crafting world, that's for sure. Fighting yourself, that's amazing. I've lost my purpose and just kind of keep showing up. I'm really glad you're able to do that. I'd love to make my hobby my job. What a dream. You know what? And I don't know your name. Wait, never too late. Um, but it was a dream come true. I, from the time I was 4 years old, knew that I wanted to be a fashion designer, and my mom taught me how to sew when I was a little kid. And my mom my mom passed away about 6 years ago, but she taught me how to sew, and she was very Martha Stewart-y like. And I knew from a very young age, I am super creative, that I wanted to have my own clothing business. And so I was super passionate about it. I had my first sewing machine by the time I was 5, and really just embraced everything of handmade. Oh, Donnie. Hi, Donnie. Megan, nice to meet you. And it was a dream come true. Everybody's told me, you don't want to do that. You need to go and have a, normal career, and do what, like be a teacher, like everybody in my family was a teacher. And, um, and so it was like, that's what I was going to do. And it wasn't really, it was frowned upon about at the time. I'm almost 50, and it was frowned upon at the time to, go and become an artist. And it still is. It's like being an artist is very hard. Shit. It's very hard to make a living. Dang it. This is the only problem with this is I gotta find that because if I don't find that, I don't have spare parts in this little corner. Normally I sit over there, but the wind last night was just so crazy. I hope it didn't fall in that hole. Of course it did. Of course, it's down there. And I need Steve with a screwdriver to get it. Damn it. I might just put something there so that nothing falls. Damn it. Normally I sit right there and I'm sitting here. Maybe I'll move, but the wind was just so crazy last night. All right, well, that sucks. You gotta just put a towel there so nothing else falls down there. Hopefully that'll solve it. Anyways, what was I saying? Yes. It was a dream come true to actually be able to support myself, to support many other people. For 25 years, I had my clothing business. And I had a good run. I had a really good run. I mean, at one point I was selling, 32 different countries in every major department store, dressing celebrities. It was, I had a really good run there. And unfortunately, I had a bad business partner which is, it's a very typical story when you're an artist, you get taken advantage of. And I had a business partner that, stole from me, left me in a lot of debt, and destroyed my brand. And I tried for a long time to bring it back to the level that it was. But unfortunately, it's just, it's hard to climb back to the top when, you can't take a Cadillac. You can take a Cadillac and make it a Hyundai. But once it's a Hyundai, it's very hard to take that Hyundai and try to sell a Cadillac to somebody. And that was the challenge that I was facing. And, my business partner at the time had really dumbed down and watered down my products. So my, really good department stores weren't buying it anymore. And, it was just, hey, no, stop licking. Oh, this dog, man. I really don't want to have to get up again. It's a pain in the ass stuff, but he's going to lick. He's going to lick himself. So stop it. No licking. You got to stop. Maybe I'll just bring him over and stop. So anyways, it was very hard to come back from, I'm putting my arm, no, we're not going to lick. Very hard to come back to, a certain level in the business once it had been dumbed so down. And then, I find myself in debt and I owe, a lot of money, and he left me. Stop it. Stop. We're not going to lick. Okay. Look, we're not going to lick. And I owed a lot of money, and I tried for 10 years. Oh yeah. So yeah, you get it. So, 10 years, and I was able to come back and to a certain level, but not to the level of my brand that it was. And then by the time it was finally like, okay, I'm doing great again, the business started to change. Like Amazon and all these manufacturing companies that I was working with in China were now all of a sudden selling directly to Amazon. So you could go and see a Megan, my brand was Megan Fabulous. You can go and see a Megan Fabulous pair of sunglasses, and I designed them, I created them, but my factory was selling direct to Amazon. And because of Amazon, consumers and the way that they buy now have completely changed. Like consumers, it's been really sad over the last 10 years of what's happened to people that buy. They just want now, now, now. They don't care about craftsmanship anymore. They don't care about quality. They don't care about all the things that is important. That made my brand so special. You know, we used to ship in beautiful packages. Now people got so used to having their packages thrown over their door in Amazon, and so it was just hard. It was really hard to come back and then evolve in a time when business in general and fashion and the way that consumers purchase completely changed. So Steve had invested in my business at one point, which turned out to be a bad investment because fashion's complete. Hey, stop it! The business has completely changed. You know, like stores are going like there's no mom and pop shops. There's no more specialty stores. There's no more department stores. Like all the department stores are closing. They're hurting. You know, they're only buying core brands. So it was just really hard to try to, and so Steve and I looked each other in the eye, at 2022, 2023, and it was like, I can go get a job or shut it down. But he was like, I really want to live my dream to sail around the world. And, would you be down to do that? And I was like, yes, 100%. I would love to do that. And originally we were going to try to keep the business going by Starlink. And, and over time, and as the closer that we got to our departure date, and our departure date was September 2025, it was clearer and clearer that you're not going to run a clothing business from Starlink. Like, it was just impossible. So we just decided to sell off as much as possible, shut it down, and stop it, dog, pug, don't lick. Look, don't lick. Don't lick. So here we are. Now we're less than 500 miles. Oh my gosh, how much? 471 miles. Wow. You guys, if I haven't said it or Steve didn't say it, this crossing, stop. No, has been insane. Like, it's the longest crossing that I've ever done. Steve and I, up until this point, I think the longest we had gone is like 300 or 400. Stop it. Stop. 300 or 400 miles, and to have now sailed 3,400 in one shot is like, it just blows my mind. I'm sure Steve mentioned that. It's been wild. Here we are. Both Steve and I are doing completely different things with our life now. Letting go of my business and walking away from all that I had started and created has been extremely hard. But it was the right thing to do. Pug, stop. I'm watching you, and you know it. I'm watching you. It's the right thing to do because business is just changing overall. Pug, stop. It's like, I love this dog so much, but he's got some mental issues, and he will lick like crazy and not stop. And my other one, he's super old. I think he's facing the other direction because the wind might be... He's blind, totally blind in his right eye, and 85% in his left. And so its eyes are constantly gooping, and he doesn't create tears anymore. So This wind is not. That's what I would say. If anything, I would say what has been the biggest challenge with the dogs is the wind, because Mr. Pickles' eye is constantly gooped up. He's constantly tearing, and that's been the biggest challenge. So I want to cut one of these open. Pug, stop. No, 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 no. That 20 years in marketing, wow. And yeah, I know for you, Sound Monitor, I don't know your name, but I'm Megan, nice to meet you. Oh shoot. I've watched the marketing game, especially now going online. That has changed so rapidly. You know, we used to work with online marketing firms, and you know, it's that I just watching that has been like insane. So I wonder if I cut that, then that. Mr. Pickles, please don't start this. Oh my God, don't start this. I'm right here, buddy. Oh my God. What, bud? I'm right here. I'm right here. I'm right here. Do not do that. Both of you guys. Both of you. You could be a big boy. You're in your bed. It's snuggle time. Just be, okay, buddy? If you wonder, are these pugs completely spoiled and their life is really hard? Like, they are so spoiled. And if I had to spoil them as hard as I had, they wouldn't be so dramatic. But I wanted to give them the best possible life I could give them, so they are spoiled like crazy. I'm gonna cut that, and that is gonna be a nightmare. All right, here we go. Maybe I don't cut it. Maybe I just let it be. I don't know. I'm so torn. Some days I look at this and I'm just like, oh, I'm so inspired. I can't wait to finish. And then some days I'm like, what did I get myself into? Like, it's just so, it's so complex. But that's, I have 4 more years of creating and being inspired. So, if you average night watch 4 hours a night, then plenty of time to create. And make some amazing stuff. Pug, come here, buddy. Oh, they're just gonna test my patience tonight. I know it. They're gonna just test my patience, and I might need to just turn the light off so that. Where are you going, buddy? Where do you want to go? We're not gonna go back in the back. We're not. We can get some water, but we're not going. We're not going on the potty pad right now. It's too rough today. But if you want some water, I'll get you some water. Let's go get the water. Let's go. Here, you get some water, buddy. Let's get some water. We're not going back there. Come on, you can get some water. We good? All right. Good boy. We're gonna get up here. There we go. There we are. We're gonna stay there. Mommy might need to turn the light off for a while because you can come back too, buddy. Let's just all chill out, please. Let's just all chill out. I can turn the light off if that's gonna make it better for you. There we go. Sleepy, sleepy. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. I know, buddy. All right. Oh, God. Some nights it's easier than others. Tonight, the pugs don't want to. Look, that's just. There we go. Good boy. Yeah, there we go. We can share. Look at that. We can share. There we go. Let's share. Right? Let's share. Let's go to sleep. We're going to share. We're going to share. Huh. Let me turn you that way. Then you don't have the wind in your face, buddy. Let's just share. I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. Okay, we're gonna go to bed now for mommy. We're gonna be easy on her. Okay. Ah, fuck. That just hurt. Oh. Oh. Ow. Captain Milo, I hope I don't offend you with my rude tongue. I mean, I'm sure I don't, but yes, I don't have a problem swearing. This is not a kids' channel. The boat, I mean, I know you know this, Captain Milo, but the boat will just throw you everywhere. And I don't know if you see, I have a big back brace on because I have a disease in my spine. And all of the discs in my spine are disintegrating. And you must be saying, why the hell are you on a sailboat if you have no discs in your spine? It's a good question. I should not be on a sailboat. But you only live once, and I don't want to ever look back and say to myself, I wish I would have done that, and I didn't do it because I was afraid it would keep, I was afraid it would end me up in a wheelchair. I have had, and as recently as 5 weeks ago, I have had 5 major spine surgeries in the last 6 years. In my 2 in my lumbar and 1 in my cervical. I have 6 titanium artificial discs in 3 in my lumbar and 3, and you can see this big scar, 3 in my cervical, and they will be a lot more as time goes on. Unfortunately, this it's not a curable disease. There have been a lot of advancements in technology. They're just developing this gel that helps regrow tissue. I'm actually having this special gel that they have now, invented, injected into my kneecaps. Dog, can we just chill? I don't know why this is so difficult sometimes. Anywho, so hopefully there'll be some advances. They've started putting it into spines. I think it's still really early. It's not approved by insurance, and it's extremely expensive. It's like each injection is like $50,000, which for something that's experimental, first of all, I don't have that kind of cash. I'm broke as shit. I'm an artist. And it just seems like a lot of money for something that may or may not work. So for now, I will continue to go as I am. And hopefully someday it'll be able to be repaired, but right now it doesn't look so good. Anywho, so yeah, so that's my bag of rocks. Don't do it, Pug. Don't do it. Don't do it. They're gonna drive me fucking crazy tonight. I don't know what you want, buddy. I'll get you down, but there. gonna do? He's gonna go to the bathroom. He's gonna. Oh my god. Fuck. So over it right now. Pugs, you guys. Not only are you making me second guess my choices, I'm breaking you, but oh, you're really testing my patience today. You can go. Just go, and I'll clean it up. That's nice. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ugh. Oh. Okay, now let's go to bed. Seriously, we need to go to sleep now. We need to go to sleep or mommy's gonna tie you inside and she doesn't want to do that. Sit and go to bed. Sit and go to bed. Oh. We should not be moving around right now. This is not good on mommy's body. Yeah, stem cell. I've had some people recommend that. I've asked my spine neurologist surgeon about it, and he said that right now that's not really an option for me, just because everything is so far advanced, destroyed, and disintegrated. So that's where I'm at with that. What am I doing? Man. Gotta turn the other light back on because I can't see for shit. And hopefully one pug's about to go to sleep. The other one, maybe. Oh, God, that hurt. I just got thrown on the daybed, and that just really hurt. That was not a happy throw. What's my wind speed, Captain Milo? Captain Milo, true wind is 24 knots. Apparent is 18. Pug, stop. 18 knots. So we're moving around, you know. I'm hoping it doesn't get above 30 knots. It hasn't in a while. It's been a couple weeks since we've had 30 knots. But, you know, you never know. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not as exciting as Captain Steve. I am for the ladies. I have a lot of lady followers because of my clothing business. So most of our Instagram and people that follow us on Instagram are all women because they came from my clothing business. So that's cool, but I think a lot of the people that follow us here on YouTube are dudes because they're all interested in the sailing aspect. So a lot of the women that follow us are very interested in the fashion and like this whole creation process of mine and me creating. And I'm doing a lot of that. I have a big following from my clothing brand. But I feel like a lot of the people that are on YouTube are dudes. So, and that's cool too. And Steve's better at talking about that. Like, I know a lot of dudes don't want to watch me crafting, creating stuff. But honestly, I'm not doing it for you guys. I'm doing it for myself. And maybe somebody out there will be curious in what I'm doing. And nighttime watches, it's not that exciting unless, like we said, sail monitor, we have a big squall, you know? So I really don't want to have a squall. We've already had a handful of them, and that was not the time for me. I also don't want to wake Steve up. I need to be the best. You guys are just going insane today. Insane. Insane. We need to stop. You guys need to stop. Seriously. Stop. 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 You too, dude. Both of you. Seriously. Stop. I'm not getting up again. I'm not getting up again. I cannot be moving around the boat like this. Yes, Milo, I would totally agree with you. There are a lot more women getting involved in sailing. It's definitely becoming more popular. The women that follow me are not sailors. Um, the women that follow me are following me for my fashion, for the fashion. I know I don't look like I have fashion sense because I've been living in my pajamas in this crossing, but fashion is my thing. And that's one thing that I'm looking forward to bringing to this lifestyle is a little bit more fashion, because I think the women in sailing dress like this and it's not inspiring. So I do hope to bring a little bit more flair and fun than what is the current right now, because it's not inspiring. It's at all. You know, everyone wears like sports bras and biker shorts. It's not fashionable. And I think it could be so much more fun. I hope I didn't just fuck that up. All right. Stop it, buddy. Stop. Stop. Dude, stop. You guys stop. Just chill. Chill, chill, chill. 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 Okay? Chill. I'm just taking a break because it's really windy. The boat's moving around a lot, and I'm having to get up a lot for the pugs. So I'm just I'm trying to lay low so that the pugs can sleep because they start getting antsy. That's why I'm not crafting. That sounds like an absolute hell race. That sounds horrible, Milo. Like, I would not want to be on a 34 to 36 foot boat. Fuck that. On a monohull, I'd rather shoot myself in the face.
That just sounds like hell. Yeah, I'm all about drinking margaritas on a catamaran. In fact, I don't drink when I'm on passage. I only drink when I'm on an anchor, a mooring wall, or tied to a dock. So it's been what, 25 plus 7, so 32 days since I've had a margarita. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. When I sail, I want to enjoy it. I don't want to do it because I'm trying to, like, you know, at the end of the day, like, prove something, or, you know, I want to do it because I want to enjoy. And sailing is already hard enough. Like, it's way too hard enough. Hi, Captain Steve. I'm not as interesting to the guys as you are.
This is totally insane.
I told you it's so bangy down there.
It is insane. It's officially the first time I've ever had a hard time.
Steve, I could not sleep. That's why I kept on coming up here, because it was, the banging is just like off the charts. We've touched 26, 27. No, true.
Okay.
Right now we're at 26.
I'm gonna just be conservative. I'm gonna put a couple rolls in the gin a lot.
I think that's a smart idea.
I mean, it's kind of overly conservative, but hoping it'll help me sleep. Down there, and it's just so crazy that I'm like, my mind is racing. I'm like, should I?
Welcome to my life. I actually had to stop crafting and turn the lights off because the pugs were losing their minds. Like, they couldn't sit still. You know, they're having a hard time. So I just was like, I couldn't craft.
That's definitely more conservative than we need to be. But, I mean, we're going plenty fast enough.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Captain Milo, we actually we changed the sails because the wind was really strong, so that's why it looks different. Is we put a reef in the Genoa, put a couple wraps on it. Hey, Sarah. How's it going? I actually was doing a bunch of crafting as per usual, but the pugs were so antsy, and so I had to stop and turn off the lights, and now I'm just staring at my phone. It's super like huge waves. I couldn't sleep. I actually went to bed at 6:30 and was gonna sleep until 10 and then switch with Steve. And he's like, no, just go to midnight. And I couldn't sleep the whole time because the waves are so big and they're banging against the hull in the boat. And Steve just came up like 20 minutes ago. And you're just in jail. See, because he was like, Megan, I can't sleep. It's wild. And now we only have 455 miles to go. Can you believe it? Oh my God, I can't wait to get there. I'm so over this. Like, I can't wait to go to sleep for like 9 hours straight and have Steve laying next to me. Oh my God. 26 days of this shit. I'm super over it. How's jail going? Do you have any noteworthy clients today? He did tell me you were going to check in on me, which I was like, oh, so I didn't know if you were, but, you know, here we are. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I just want this to be over. Oh, this is so long. It's so tiring. But I did see dolphins today. I don't know if I told you, which means we're getting closer to land. That's awesome. Jail is great. Did you have any? I mean, I'm sure. I mean, they're all crazy. But did you have anybody that was a standout star tonight? Like we've had waves that are coming over the back of the boat. That's how big they've been. It's wild. It's just totally wild. I'll turn the light on. I just don't want to get the pugs up. They've been so antsy tonight. Hold on, let me go turn the light on. Okay, hi. Are you on a break right now? Is that the deal? Oh, there they go. Here they wake. Oh, man. Pugs. Go back to bed, pugs. That's nice. You know, like 20 minutes, whatnot. I guess that's good if it's slow. Means there's less crime tonight, right? Or it just is a slow night on Sunday. All the criminals had to go to church today, so they're not creating crimes. Oh, gotcha. Well, that's cool. That's cool. Oh. Oh. so over it. I only have like 3 more nights, I think, of this shit for a while. Well, I mean, when we island hop, we're gonna have to do night watch, and that'll be different because there's reefs there, and so like we have to really be on our game. The front camera looks pretty. Oh yeah, you can see it splashing. Front camera looks really awesome. All right, I think I'm gonna go turn the light back off, so the pugs can get some sleep. Oh yeah, we got some big ass waves out there. It's excitement. Oh, maybe I'll have a chip. Um, I took over at midnight, and Steve's supposed to pop up here any minute. And then he'll be on for 2 hours, 3 hours, and then I'll be back on. I don't think he's been able to sleep down there though. So I kind of feel like I might tell them I'll do another hour. But I don't know. Let's see. Let's see how it all goes down. Oh boy. What is that noise? There were a couple other people on, but I think I was boring for them. Because they want to talk about boat stuff, and I'm like, I'm not the one to talk about boat stuff. He's asleep. Oh yeah, I'm having a chip. Like a big round chip. I'm really sorry. I'm not very talkative. I'm super over it. And I need to not be. I need to be enjoying every little last minute. But it's hard. Yeah. I know. I know that he'll be we keep on talking about how we're excited to be in the same bed again for the first time in like 4 weeks. I think our internet just went down. Can you guys hear me still? The internet's not working. Yeah, it's you wouldn't believe how dark and like how bright the stars are. It's the craziest thing. It's so beautiful. Oh, good. I'm glad you can hear me. Thank you, Milo. Um, I can, and I actually mentioned that earlier to a few people that are on, but I think everybody really kind of just wants to talk about the boat. People on my Instagram want to talk about fashion. People I think on YouTube don't give a shit about fashion, especially other boating babes. Girls that are into boating are not into fashion. So At least I got that going for me. And I finished that dress that I was finally excited about, you know, my arrival dress, but and I need to press it now, and you can't stand up. It's so I couldn't stand up and press it all day because it's just so it's so rolly. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We'll be able to sleep. Yeah, this isn't the easy one. I purposely took the harder uh, watch because, you know, Steve is, I want him to be able to have good sleep. But the thing is the sun doesn't come up where we are until like 8:30 in the morning. So like my body's already, you know, up at 6:30, so that's why I've been. So when I come up, it's still dark out. But it's, you know, I'm not complaining. I'm just stating the facts. I don't know if it's 3 a.m. We've set our clocks to Pacific time just because at some point we were like, what time is it? Um, so we have our clock set. So right now I'm looking at a clock that says 3, but when we arrive, um, it'll be, I think it's at on the 30. So it'll be like let's say right now it'd be 3, but it would be like 3:30 there or something. But it will be a time difference. I just don't know what it is. The GPS time is also set, which is it's set at the same time. It's 3:10 right now. Nine hours ahead or 9 hours behind? Gotcha. Oh, I love you too, Sarah. I hope you have a great night. Thank you. Captain Steve, my sister just signed off.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure you want to be up right now, or?
No, but I can't sleep no matter what. So what's the point?
Oh, all right.
And it's not even the roughness. Like this stuff doesn't bother me. I sleep near this all the time. It's a little crazier than usual, but
It's really rolly. I
but
couldn't even
I'm
stand.
just not sleepy. And I think maybe it's because I slept so much the other day.
And the adrenaline.
Maybe I'm not. I'm like laying there wide awake, like.
Well, perfect, because I'm really sleepy.
Yeah, go to sleep.
Here. People aren't as interested in me about boat stuff. Definitely have a lot more male followers.
What I do is chat them up.
I'm chatting, but
Yeah.
I was crafting and it wasn't very interesting.
Oh, well, yeah.
And I was like, me, I want to
That's
craft.
a girl thing.
It's like,
Yeah, craft
I wanna-
away.
Yeah. All right. Will you help me with the
Why don't you
pugs?
just leave them there?
You sure?
Yeah. Fine, right?
Yeah.
And I'd rather do that than carry them around as long as they're happy. They seem happy. Look at them. I know. Really. This is wow. No, I thought we were done with this by tonight. Honestly. I know, but that's the thing. We're breaking out the miles. That's the other thing. Sweet.